Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you are all doing well. Get on in here with us and grab your coffee, your tea, whatever your morning vice might be. Hell, I got 3 things. That's crazy. I just realized that. I got a tea, coffee, and a Coke. What the hell? Well, y'all welcome into the big show and me loaded with caffeine. Are y'all ready for this? I wasn't live yesterday. Good morning and welcome in Pammy, Forrest, True Crime Butterfly. I'll get it out eventually. Dolphin, good morning. Welcome in. Forrest, Rach, I think I said your guys' name. All right, we'll give everybody a few minutes to get in here. We have a guest scheduled for this morning. So you've seen the thumbnail if you turned on your notifications or saw me post it up yesterday. We are going to have TYA Adams on from Letcher County, Kentucky. And as most of you know, she's been making the rounds and she has spoke to some of the media outlets. She's been on Hillbilly Crime. She has a TikTok. They're trying to build a YouTube channel. And she's agreed to come on and talk to us about some things that have been going on over there because I've got some questions as well. But I don't know if it's going to happen this morning. We're having a little bit of an issue right now. So we may have to pivot. And if we do, that's fine because we got something else to talk about, trust me. But I was going to devote the whole show to just what's happening with Letcher County and hold off on anything else. But if our guest is having an issue and cannot get here for this morning's show, like I said, we're going to pivot and talk about something else and then come back to this hopefully tomorrow if she can make it in. Because there's a lot. I've been reviewing a lot of things. I did a lot of research yesterday. I'd already done a bunch of research on Letcher County, the judge, different programs being run by the county, in the town of Whitesburg and things like that. So I've got a bunch more new documents I found yesterday, and I'm really trying to dive into what some of this means and how it pertains to this story. So I'm still working on that part of it, and I really look forward to unpacking that with you guys. And that's some of the questions I have about that. I feel like she can shed a little light on. So if she comes in, we'll bring her up. If she's, I'm waiting to hear back now, but if she can't make it, like I said, we will pivot. Dolphin, what are you laughing at? Hey, Jeff, welcome in. Good morning. Yes, guys, please, thank you. Come on the way in, hit that like button. The YouTube sure loves that. I never think about it until like later. I look at the numbers like, later. I'm like, oh wow, we got decent numbers, but nobody hit the thumbs up. What's up with that, guys? Let's hit it and get it up. All right, so have you all seen some of the latest news that was dropping yesterday evening and last night? Brian Koberger's selfie album. Oh boy. Y'all might want to get some kind of defensive glasses on your face. Crazy photos. We had heard that there were a bunch of selfies in his phone, and apparently there was quite a few. I am feeling better, Butterfly. I got up at 6 a.m. to make my grandson's lunch. I thought, yeah, I actually do feel a little better today. So, getting there. My kid's back at school today, so I think we're on the mend. Yeah, right? Dolphin, you ain't lying. Goodness. I'm so sick of everybody tearing down the victims by showing their photos. Like, it's okay to show their photos and say these are the victims, but to show the photo, these are the victims and she caused this or she did all that stuff. No, 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 no. I'm more interested in tearing down the guy who killed them. That guy. We're gonna do that. It's because we're pivoting. By God, we can pivot here. We're good like that. You saw some of them. What I did for us was this morning. I decided to take the new ones that came out. I'm going to do it with all of them. I've got them all saved, but I dropped the ones that just came out into a little video and I uploaded it, and nobody can view it yet. It's just we're going to view it here though. And we're going to look at it. Yes, thank you, Butterfly. My baby's doing better this morning, and like I said, he's back at school, so he was feeling better last night when I talked to him. So everybody getting under the weather, and what is this, a sign of what's to come for the winter? If that's the case, I am not down with this cold weather, pumpkin spice sweater weather, fire pit weather shit y'all hollering about. Everybody around me screaming, I need some fall weather. I'm like, oh God, make it stop. Dolphin, I'm gonna send you a link, girlfriend. I need my girl up here with me. Hold on. If you want to come up, you got the open invitation. Oh, what in the hell is that? I don't even know what I just clicked on. I found the new button in the restream, y'all. I'm like, oh, should I click it or not? I'm not quite sure I understood. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, wrong button again. Y'all can tell I didn't stream yesterday or anything. I don't know what the hell I'm doing up here all of a sudden. And can I just say, Dolphin, you got a link, hunt, if you want it. Can I just say that watching, how mainstream media has shuffled toward the YouTubes, right? They're like, oh, wow, we can talk longer and we can be more of ourselves and we can jump a little deeper like those YouTubers are doing. Ashley Banfield thinks she's me. She been dropping the F-bombs on her show lately. I was like, Ashley, my girl from back in the day who was balls to the walls, Miss Reporter, she coming in with the F-bombs on the selfies. The selfies are nuts. They are so crazy. All right, let's get good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Did you notice in that one photo where he has the nick on the finger that had the Band-Aid on it?
Mm-hmm. On
Yeah,
his knuckle? Yep.
yeah, and it was the same finger, same location that Band-Aid was on.
Oh, yeah. Totally noticed that. And they're right. That was a deep cut, to still be looking
Yeah,
like that, when it did.
yes. But you know what I also wondered? Because Brian's right-handed. I found some
Mm-hmm.
more photos with him with the right hand, writing right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that was his left hand, right? Is
Yes.
so if you got a knife in with your right hand, because that's your dominant hand, are you now punching Kaylee repeatedly in the face with that left hand?
Maybe.
I don't
Maybe
know.
he put it down. I don't
Well, if
know.
you look at his stupid knuckles, they're always looking white. Even when his hands are normal, his knuckles look white, and then when he makes his little fist, it looks. I don't know. It's hard to figure out how he got the nick or cut or whatever. But I also was wondering if you got a knife in one hand, the other hand's got to be doing the punching, unless you're reversing your knife and using it, like we had also speculated, which is
Mm-hmm.
also the retinal warnings. So Joy, that's what
Yeah.
Joseph Scott Morgan explained, using the butt end of the knife as well, and also the handle to make the marks they talked about around Kaylee's mouth.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if he was using his left hand to hold her, like
I thought
maybe
about that too.
grab onto her like pajama top or whatever it
Yeah.
was that she was wearing, or, you know.
Yeah.
grab onto her, because usually I would think if you're punching somebody and you really want to, get them to, sort of stay still, you would,
You have
hold
to
them
grab at them.
with
Yeah.
one hand and then, yeah, punch with
And
the
she
other.
right, and if she's moving and fighting and arms are
Mm-hmm.
flailing, you've got to try to hold that down a little bit.
Exactly.
So and he could have nicked himself in the process, right? Holding her as he was stabbing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hope my breakfast doesn't come up. I just ate.
Oh no.
But
Oh
yeah,
gosh.
those photos, I was watching them last night on, what was it, Drop Dead Serious, and
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
oh.
She I didn't watch them until about 6:30 this morning. I was reviewing some other stuff that was really important to me. So
Mm-hmm.
I kind of put Koberger down at one point yesterday, and I'm like, this dude ain't going no fucking where. He's in the prison.
That's for
Sat-
sure.
I sat him on down for a minute, and then I had to go do some other stuff. But I also got a notification yesterday morning. Stefan Stearns has been moved.
Oh,
Oh yeah, he's just right outside of Tallahassee, Florida, in Crawfordville, which is about 3.5 hours from me. Um, it is a low
more
security.
dangerous prison?
No, no. Mm-mm. There's some speculation out there about why, but I feel like the it was a safety move.
Ah,
Bottom
dang.
line, bottom line, nothing more. He's in Wakulla Annex, Correctional Annex here in Florida. It is a minimum security prison, and it's a faith-based prison. And they have all sorts of religions, some I've never heard of. You can even get your Wiccan on in
Wait,
there.
what?
Yeah, yeah. Let me
Low
pull it up.
security
Yeah, yep.
for this guy?
And that's okay, y'all, because we that's one step closer to Gen Pop. Keep
Mm,
that in mind. While we're
yeah,
freaking out about him not being in Max, not being in lockdown, I honestly don't care because people have more opportunity to get at him.
yeah. I
And
guess
did
so.
they,
Good point.
yeah, and did they think that moving him to a faith-based prison would keep him safer? Those people aren't out to kill. Or are they out to redeem themselves? I'm gonna get you what you did to that baby. I'm doing the Lord's
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
Yeah, Butterfly ain't happy with the move at all. And she's like, stick that son of a bitch in where the sun don't shine and never let him see the light of day.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know what kind of freedoms he'll get. He could be a prison worker and all that kind of
Mm,
stuff. Um, and I don't know if they, because normally in Florida. Once you go to your facility, the intake, and they filled you out to other prisons, they try to keep you close to home or semi close. It all depends on you, what your needs and requirements are, and if you're a high profile inmate, if you need the max security, all the different things. But 9 times out of 10, they try to keep you close enough to home where family can come see you. They got this dude far away from mom and dad. Um,
oh, okay.
yeah, they're way down central Florida, way down there. I'm way over here on the other end. So
Mm-hmm.
they got Stefan down here. He's 20 miles southeast of Tallahassee, Florida. And Tallahassee's down here in the panhandle with me. We don't
Mm.
get down with that central Florida mess. All right. We are a different breed of people. Yeah, and it is was established in 2008, and this is not the one. This is it right here.
Oh, so it's a newer one, huh?
Hmm. He is here at the Wakulla Correctional Institute, faith based. I was going to show you guys where it shows. Okay, so they house adult males, 1,139. Their academic programs are adult basic education, adult literacy, English as a second language, GED, wellness education, substance abuse programs. And I don't have any problem with programs in prison because half these dudes
Yeah,
aren't
me either.
lifers. They're not
Mm-hmm.
lifers. They're not death penalty cases. They're going to get out, and I want them to learn their lesson and reform in prison. That is what it's for. Not go stick your ass in the jail for 10 years, come out and do some more stuff. No, so these programs can be very, very important. But to Stefan Stearns, who the hell cares? Chaplaincy services, substance abuse program, Bible study, non denominational, Catholic studies, Catholic worship services, celebrate recovery, chapel library, Christian worship services, discipleship class, global leadership summit, Harvest of Life, Jewish Sabbath, Jama, Malachi Dads.
Oh wow, they do have an array of
Yeah,
religions.
Messianic
Hmm.
Jewish Sabbath, the Jewish Study, Miami International Theological Seminary, also known as MENTS. I'll have to look into them people.
That's cute.
Praise Team, Talim, The Truth Project. Well, Video Library Religious Study, Wicca Study. Which one's he going to be a part of? Institutional Betterment Programs, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
I started to say going to hell the quickest,
hmm
way.
7
Oh
Habits
man.
on the Inside. Don't give out your PIN number to people to call your phone card. 100-hour transition program, Gavel Club, Inspiration for Change, and a library. So, yeah, I know there's someone out there who thinks that he may have gotten moved as a part of the deal that he took with the state. We'll put you in a cush little prison if you just plead guilty. I'm not buying that because if I
Oh
find out,
yeah, they
if
didn't
I
have to
find
make that deal.
no, they did not. And if I find out that happened, I will turn Florida upside fucking down. Okay, um, eh, no, no, it was a security move, if anything, right? Whether we like it or not, it's what it was. And we don't need his mama suing the state of Florida because somebody let her baby get punched in the face.
Jeez.
You know she will.
Oh man, I'll be right back. I gotta get some Dramamine. I've been dizzy since last night. My vertigo's
Girl,
acting up.
it's been my son and I both been battling nausea for a week.
Oh really?
Yes, it's been bad.
Huh. Yeah, let me go grab some. I've got some chewable Dramamine. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's a big day for the baby who stood up all by himself. Come back here, Mike. Where's it at? He stood up for the first time. Oh, he's about to start walking and causing chaos. Our our chaos causing baby has entered the room, guys. Oh, Carrie, such a fun little age, but also is a wearing age, isn't it? You're gonna be tired at the end of every day. That little guy's on the move. That is so awesome. Oh, I'll come get you, Butterfly. I'll be like, get on down here, girl. We got business to take care of. We're going to go protest this prison right now. We'll go protest at the Capitol. Fuck, why can't I do that? Everybody else does. We got protesting laws here in Florida. I got to abide by them. I don't need that weird governor I got throwing me in no prison, trying to mandate that our kids don't need vaccines and stuff. Okay, long as mine do, I guess I'm good. I'm not getting into the politics of anything. Yeah. Guys, there's been so much. Y'all saw the video of that young Ukrainian girl being murdered on the train and how the lack of media coverage that went along with it, right? I've been watching this stuff all week. I've seen the entire video of what the man did to that poor girl. I don't care where she's from. She's a young girl sitting alone on a train, minding her damn business to be
Okay, I'm
attacked
back.
by a weirdo. Okay. I'm talking about that girl on the
Oh
train.
yeah, you guys are on that.
It's ridiculous how and then I watched, well, somebody put it on Twitter, and I watched it because of that. And it was a
Mhm.
little clip from CNN. And I know the two people that were there because I have not watched CNN in years. But
Mhm.
the two commentators there, they were just trying to make it this whole racial thing, and I'm like, can we not? We're
Mhm.
not going to bring politics into this, you know. Y'all gonna be
Yeah.
fighting over the politics, the mental health, and all these different gamuts, and it's just a horrible situation. But the
Mhm.
lack of people who want to help or intervene, and then you have to wonder, well, how scared were they? Did
Mhm.
Were they afraid they were going to get stabbed? I don't know. I don't know. But it was terrible. You saw the whole video too, Carrie.
Mm.
It's She didn't even know what happened to her at first.
Nope.
She looked right at the guy and then just like, what happened? And then you could see her life slowly going away from her. It was horrible. You just never know about your surroundings, people. So let that be a lesson. You know what I mean? To try to be super aware because you can't live in a bubble and think I'm going to be okay no matter where I go. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That happens to other people. We can't live like that in this world anymore. Hell, you got weirdos wanting to come in your sliding door and unalive you while you're trying to sleep, and then freaks on the internet claiming you didn't do it.
Yeah, that you couldn't have possibly done it. Mm, that amount of time and yada yada, whatever. Yeah.
He looks too normal for all that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I beg to differ.
Mm,
I found a PDF that I have,
mm-hmm.
and I opened it up this morning. And there was an interesting document that I don't know that I've seen it. If I did, it's been 2 years, and I have forgotten.
Okay.
Why did why did WSU serve Brian Koberger papers while he was sitting in the Latah County Jail?
That was a no trespass order
Was
for
that
him
the
not to come back on campus.
That's what I couldn't remember, Dolphin. I was like, I knew you would remember because I could not
Mm-hmm.
remember what that was about. Because I was like, wait a minute, what in the world? That was so long ago, I couldn't remember all
Mm-hmm.
of it.
Yep.
Okay, let me pull up this video, guys, with these pictures in it. Oh, I need to check my messages too, see if I've heard from her. Like, oh, come back here. Well, partly Rachel. Y'all know that one guy that I forget where it was, and it was at a train or whatever, where the bad guy done something and the other guy choked him out, and then they tried to charge him with the guy's death or whatever. Think about that
Mm,
kind of stuff, right? Um, or are you afraid if you get involved, are you going to go down or are you going to get stabbed? I don't know. I don't think I could just sit there and not and be silent too. On top of that, I've been screaming and raising all kind of hell. That dude would have been running.
mm-hmm.
And you know what else too? If you see him walking, he's got a little pocket knife switchblade. He ain't got no K-bar.
Yeah.
He's got a ton of blood dripping off that knife. A ton of blood dripping all through the train. Everywhere he walks, drop, 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 drop.
Yeah, I saw the
So I'm
drops. You
started
could see
thinking,
that.
you can
Mm-hmm.
see it really good. Um, so I was wondering, when Brian Koberger went to exit Maddie's bedroom, did he wipe that knife off on his clothing?
Yeah, he must have since there weren't any other drops unless
There wasn't a lot of
that's the
drops.
cleanup.
There's your cleanup.
Mm,
I wiped my knife on my fucking pants. And then I buried them in my Swiss backpack that is nowhere to be seen now. It's not even on the search warrant return because I double checked. I want to know where your little backpack is, buddy. Is it buried in one of the mountains you took us to on your little visits? Let's go see. I'm about ready to go to Idaho.
yeah.
Rachel, I'm going to need a guide, honey. Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, wait, that's the wrong wrong playlist. Okay, here we go. And I named it Brian Koberger's selfie album.
Oh, God.
You know he cut himself, girl, Carrie.
Grab the bag.
Yeah, y'all get ready. Dolphin done got her medicine.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, please kick in, please kick in.
Now we all know that that was the one taken right after the crimes that morning. We saw that in the documents that came out, and he's got that Band-Aid right there on the finger. Um, this one, and there's the nick right there on the knuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And why is he saluting like Papa Roger would do? Mm, it's weird. Good Lord.
Oh, God.
I can't. These faces that he makes too, I mean, it's like, "Hey, look at me." He's in mom's house doing that. Now there's the "Does my ass look good" photo. Now, when you remember in the closet, there was 2 pairs of jeans folded up on
Mhm.
the shelf.
Mhm.
I went and looked really good, and I couldn't tell if one was this pair or not. But I think he may have took these back home with him. "Look, does my butt look good? Look at his little love handles hanging out the sides."
Oh man. Mm.
And notice too, all of these products throughout this bathroom,
Mhm.
they were not there when they went in there to do that search warrant.
Right. Right.
The shower curtain was gone, the toilet bowl brush was gone, and everything else was gone. So did he throw it all out in case there was trace evidence everywhere? Mama had plenty of toiletries at the house for you to bathe with when you got home. You didn't need to take the ones from your house across country. I mean, baby, you don't need to pack all that shit. I got you.
Did you
Mother,
notice that in every photo, his shower curtain has those folds, like it's
yes,
brand new? So maybe it
she
is
didn't see
true
it.
that he kept changing it.
He may have, because it still wouldn't have those creases a few months after, right?
No.
It didn't take that long for those creases to fall out
Right.
with the hot water and stuff. I wonder, is this some of the remember when Ann Taylor come into court and said there's numerous photos of my client on his phone of his
Mhm.
stargazing and blah 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 blah. She
Right.
knew all these photos were on that phone.
No, you know it. I
All that
just.
discovery she wasn't getting. Now,
Mhm.
Rachel,
What
we've got to
restaurant
figure
do you
out.
think that is?
I don't know. I'm about to ask Rachel. We got to
Mhm.
get on it. Rachel, help me hunt this place down. It's got to be in Washington or Pullman, unless it was taken in uh, Pennsylvania. But I can't remember the date that they said. Like the saluting picture was 12/9. There's some of him in here with the dog. That was 12/19 back at mom's
At
house.
home. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Some of these were November 25th, some were December 2nd, some were December 9th, and some were December 19th. I'm just not positive of the sequence.
Those ugly curtains. I'm just
It
wondering
can't,
where that
I
is.
know.
And
That
that
was my
carpet.
thought.
I mean, IHOP and places like that, I don't think they have curtains, do they?
No, that's going to be, to me, that was like a little mom and pop type diner situation.
Mhm.
It gave me that vibe over like a franchise type vibe.
With carpet though?
I don't know. Let's go back and look. Did it
Because
have
that almost sort of looks like well, I don't think that they would put him in the like event room or whatever, but it just,
right? Not unless he
that's
was.
what it sort of looked like, but then that restroom sign was right there, so that was
Oh,
yeah.
I gotta push play. So yeah,
See, it's like that cheap
it's like a
carpet.
like you would see at a casino, or yeah, it is that very cheap
Mhm.
thin, thin carpet. And is it a restaurant or
Yeah,
like a,
'cause see the restroom sign
yeah,
right
the
there above the
bathroom
door?
sign? You got the chairs and the tables here. There's a chair and table behind him, and he's just sitting there like, hey. Would you it's gotta be a little vegan restaurant, so it couldn't be hard to find.
Do you know what the date is on this one or the time
Mm-mm.
period?
I have to go back and review Ashley's show again and see if they say with this particular picture.
I wonder was that when he was at the hotel? Because those
Ah,
curtains look like almost like a hotel chain type
like it would be
situation.
a cheap hotel where you go in and get your breakfast.
Well, Quality Inn.
Yep.
Isn't that where he stayed?
Yeah, that's a
Hmm.
good call, Dolphin. It could be at the
It could
hotel.
be, like you said, the breakfast or whatever.
Your continental breakfast, can get your scrambled eggs and your bacon. Oh,
Because
wait,
the carpet is what's making me think it's more like that.
he did
Because
not
a
have that.
restaurant wouldn't have a carpeted floor like that.
Well, I reckon they serve him a little vegan. I don't know what the hell they eat. He can't eat eggs and bacon though.
Hmm. Yeah, those curtains smack holiday, like Quality Inn or something like that, Holiday Inn, something like that, like a chain
I'm
hotel.
not
But
sure. I'm gonna research vegan restaurants around Washington and see if I can find it. And if not, I'll go on I don't know if I feel like going on a cross country hotel trip though.
Ugh. Oh, you know what? Maps.com. Hold on a second. Maps.google.com. Let me look up that hotel.
Okay.
See if
And
they've
not,
got pictures.
now notice in this photo, he's all clad in black and he's sweaty as hell. He was out running. And you know what makes it more
Mm.
creepy about his nighttime running?
Mm-hmm.
Easier to slip around, easier to jog into the darkness and take a look at the back of that apartment, the back of that house, the back of this, all just jogging around, scoping out, and stalking other women from WSU. We're going to take a look at that in a little bit. Just hold up, Coburger. You found the right house, didn't you? You finally found the one house that you knew you could get in and out of because all the rest wasn't going to work. Look, there, Dolphin, what the hell is he holding up all these photos? Remember the
Right, those are the photos with his name, date, and the codes. The codes are what they were redacting. And Ashley Banfield said that she thought that they looked like airline codes or flight
yeah,
codes or whatever. But I know he's a gamer,
yeah.
right? And I'm wondering if he had Steam, like a Steam account or something, because
Ah,
usually you will, it's what do you call it? Like the authenticator,
yeah,
codes or whatever. But I
yeah.
don't know. That's weird to write it down.
It,
Um,
it, and they were in that spiral notebook. Remember, we saw the photos the other day
mhm.
where he had his name, the date, and this weird code. Now, I don't know that it'd be weird to be airline codes because he's
Yeah,
not flying all over the country.
every day. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And so what was this? Take away the code situation because I don't know what to think about the codes, but the
Mhm.
name and the date. So I'm wondering, was that possible go time? Do we have a
Uh,
page that says November 13th on it? If we did, that
no,
would maybe
I don't remember seeing one.
I have not seen one. So,
At first, I thought it might have had something to do with a class that he was in.
right.
And that's why I thought it was like a course number that they redacted or whatever. But
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm wondering if it was like his authentication code to log in for something for a class or whatever, or I don't know.
I don't
Um,
know why he would need to take a picture of it.
yeah,
It's
that's
weird.
weird.
It is
Hmm.
weird. And he does it more than once where he holds these damn papers up with his name and shit on it.
Hmm.
And that's the same sequence of photos there, but he was like doing it at different angles. There he is again, looking at his butt. Dude, it ain't your butt. It's your personality you need to fix. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I think I found the breakfast area in that hotel,
Uh-uh.
and it's tiled, and I see tables, and no, the curtains don't look like that, or the drapes don't look like that. Plus, they've tried to be snazzy with the pattern on the floor for their uh, carpet.
Yeah. A busy carpet keeps people awake. The casinos will tell you that. That's why the carpet looks like throw up in the casinos. They
Mm-hmm.
want it to be incredibly busy on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep, I see the little breakfast area. Yeah, that's not it. Oh, my watch is trying to listen to me. Oh, wow, that's weird. I was like, what's that noise? And
Now,
I looked down and I was like, oh, it's my watch.
yeah, so Joy, he wrote them down in a couple different ways. Because he knew it would be backwards in the reflection. Um,
Mm-hmm.
license plate number, they don't match his license plate. We have some of the plate numbers, but I don't know why he would even take a photo of his license plate because the numbers are different on the different pages, the little code numbers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that Ashley had remarked this set of pictures here, and one of them there's going to be a girl sitting in the background.
Oh, yeah.
She
Mm-hmm.
wondered if that was
Actually,
taken
she's
because
right
of the
there in
girl.
this one, too.
Yeah, and she's gonna move a little bit though.
Uh-huh.
But because she's not in every photo, I don't it looks like he did look at the girl, but you
Mm-hmm.
can't tell his eyes, looking at the camera, but it doesn't seem that it was done on purpose to capture the girl in the photo because there's some with her. See, there she is again, little different angle, and there. It's just him at the game. Now that's in front of the Capitol in Washington.
Mm.
There's his car in the background. There's the backpack. That backpack is not in the search warrant return from his house or apartment, and it's not in the search warrant return from Pennsylvania
Or the car.
or the car.
Mm.
So, yeah,
Where's the
I'm gonna go.
backpack?
Where's the backpack?
Hmm.
Other people's plates. Joy, you could be onto something. Because some of these women say he knew shit about them he should not have known.
How many characters was it though?
I have to go back and look at it. Let's
Because
see.
I would say,
Let's back it
yeah, look
up
at
to that one.
how many, and then look at like for Washington, how many
Oops, there it is.
characters they put on their
One,
plates.
two, three, four, five, six.
Hmm.
Some hotels will ask for your tag number. But their numbers are different, though, Carrie, in the different various pictures that he has. That's why I don't think it's his tag number. It may be other people's tag numbers, but they're different. And we're going to see other photos. We went over the ones the other day from the spiral notebook, but there's going to be more in this batch. I think there's another one because the one he holds up shows the date. And his damn thumbs up constantly.
Hmm.
And they said a lot of these were never sent to anyone.
Hmm.
Like, Mother didn't get all of these. I wonder if they were able to pinpoint where some of these locations were, if the GPS was still on the phone. Did he, turn all that off, or were they able to
Yeah.
get a location? And there's one picture in here that I want to find out where it was, and there's a
These are
telltale.
post murders.
These went. I had to go back and double check what she said
Hmm.
on the dates.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
as they were showing them, they were saying the dates, and it was hard to keep up with exactly which one they were talking about.
Okay. Because I know that they did notice that he looked more confident post murders
Well,
in his
yes, and
photos.
I agree with her assessment
Hmm.
because as you're going through them, and then the ones that I knew were afterwards, it was almost like a heaviness was lifted, if that makes sense,
Hmm.
on him a little bit. He looked like he maybe felt a little more freer.
Right.
That's what I was getting. And he also got that haircut he's gonna be so proud of. Was he trying to alter his looks? And you can't tell me those are not very prominent eyebrows.
See, oh, that picture,
Mhm.
the one before this, where he was sitting at the table.
Okay, wait. Let me point this one out. See these stones in the background?
Uh huh.
They have carvings, writings on them.
Uh huh.
I don't know where this is at. I'd like to find out. So if y'all anybody knows where these come from, if y'all in that area, let me know. But all right, so you said the one at the table. Did
No, not, yeah, forward,
I, oh,
right there.
whoops, right
That
there.
one with the lamp in the back, the
Mhm.
shade. Uh huh.
And there's can lights up in the ceiling. I
That's
don't
another
remember if
hotel situation, perhaps.
this one was at Pennsylvania or a hotel. I don't know. Gonna have to get the because the Pennsylvania house is incredibly dated as far as like the tile flooring and things like that. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking at the background around it, and but that basement they have has got like wood paneling.
Oh, okay.
There's a photo of him in the family's basement
Mm-hmm.
with wood paneling all around him. So that one I don't know. This was at I think she said
Ross.
Ross because they could see
Mm-hmm.
the tag.
God, he did need a girlfriend to help him dress. Jesus. What is he wearing?
And to me, it looks like he again is a little sweaty and
Mm-hmm.
was running when he took the photo to make it appear blurry. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
he's not the good, the best person at capturing photos anyway. But movement tells me that he may have been moving when that photo was taken. Ah, that's a good point. Criminal mind or critical minds. There,
Yeah.
yeah. So he didn't go to Washington till July. Some of these photos are probably from Pennsylvania. Um, Does it snow like that in Pennsylvania? I think it does, right?
Oh,
Like,
God, yeah.
I'm from way down here in the South where
Oh,
well, it
yeah.
snowed last year. We're not gonna have that again. But anyway,
Hell, I used to live in New Jersey, and we would be like out in like 4 or 5 feet of snow building, forts while we were waiting on the
do
school bus.
right. Well, I
So,
know they have the Poconos and all that, but I don't know what their mountains look like. I've never really thought about it. But
Only thing though, I know that there's that there's snow there, but he had on a t-shirt, didn't he?
yeah, he
He
likes it
wouldn't be
cold.
walking around in Pennsylvania with a t-shirt on
I
hiking
don't
because
know. This guy
that's
might. He's a freaky deek. He likes it cold.
yeah.
I'm telling y'all, this dude likes it cold,
Mm.
cold, right? Coburger shivering. You want everybody else in the house to shiver while you sitting there in your damn boxer shorts.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I'd prefer to be cold than hot too, because you
mhm,
can always warm up.
yeah,
Cooling down is harder, but yeah. So
I'm the
wait,
opposite. Don't get me cold. I cannot warm up. But then again, I got no
so
thyroid.
see, hold on a second. The code on there, I
Mhm.
don't think it's a license plate number or anything. I
Nope.
do think it's some sort of like authenticator code or something for like a program or whatever. And you know why I say that? It's because it's mixed case. It's
Yep.
caps, uppercase, it's lowercase, it's
Right.
numbers. You know what I mean? That would not be a license plate, but that was a good,
Oh,
guess
yeah,
too.
that
But
was a good
yeah.
very much so. But I agree with you because there is a difference in the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters,
Mm-hmm.
and it's different from the one before. And then again, there's a date and his name.
Yeah, because I've been logging into different things lately, and what do you call it? A lot of sites that have a like a separate like two-factor authentication that you would get it out
Uh-huh.
of your email or you would get it to your phone or
Yeah.
whatever. They'll have like six spaces. It almost looks like Hangman,
Yeah.
and then it's like here, enter your code in or whatever, or the
Right.
six boxes. So that's what I'm thinking it has to be, but I can't think of what he would be logging into like every day, every other day or whatever where he would
Right.
do
It's
that.
just to the point where he has to do it like this, where he's writing down his
Oh
put your birthday
yes,
and your
Forrest, a
name.
game
What?
code to add players.
Ah,
Maybe, yeah.
yes, because you do have to
um
have the code, right, to
hmm
add. Because
if
I
you're
know
gonna add people, but I'm just wondering though, so why would he write it down? Because this is his code, so you would
mhm.
think that he would be
And
around
he's
somebody
and if
or
he's not sending the photo to somebody, why
hmm
take it with this information on the piece of paper? When you just type the code into where you're trying to log into, you wouldn't need to they don't require you to send a picture of yourself with your code and your name to verify who you are.
yeah, and one game that I do know he played was World of Warcraft, which is what I play, and he would not have needed to give something that looks like this to people,
Right,
to add him. So,
right.
mm.
It is very
And he
strange.
didn't have like a Nintendo or anything like that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, mm,
I think he must have gamed strictly on his PC. Look,
mm-hmm.
so the haircut, it was after the murders, right?
Yeah, he
Didn't
had an appointment for a haircut after.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So are we trying to alter our appearance the best we can, or was your hair on your nerves, too hot for your big head? My boys
Maybe
get
he imagined he was a new man. I don't know.
I'll tell you, my oldest son, when he was little, my mother-in-law would take him for a haircut. He'd come home. He would run up to me, "Mama, feel the back of my hair." He loved the way that fresh shaved head felt, and she'd scalp my baby every time. I'm like, "Let my baby's hair grow." No, he never could had hair. So then 15 years later, I have another boy. At 5 years old, he had hair to his ass. It was long, blonde, and curly. Now he's still got a lot of hair. But one of my boys loved to keep his hair cut like this, and one had no hell no, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this was his normal or, let me go try to. It'd be obvious to color your hair and shave off your eyebrows. There he goes, white knuckling again.
Oh, his mirror is dirty.
Filthy for a
Mm-hmm.
OCD cleanup guy. And that's when he was tell me, shave, shave.
Reddit. I was just checking Reddit to see if people were, thinking about what those codes were.
Uh-huh.
And the subject is traumatized by new images of Brian Koberger. And they've got one of the butt shots. Oh,
Oh God,
God. Oh,
my butt looked good.
mm.
Oh
Ew,
God.
God.
I mean, dude, uh, who are you saluting? And he's constantly with a thumbs up. That must have been him and Mama's little thing. Thumbs up, baby boy. You're doing good over there. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, just playing around with yourself, having some fun in the mirror. Ashley wondered if he was back on his drugs.
Oh yeah.
She's like, "Is he back on the drugs?" I don't say rugs here. That's stupid. Oh, look, WSU Cougars. Now look, notice even in the darkness, a little bit of light shining. What do you notice? Prominent eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that one where the car light hits it and it's like perfectly highlights the brows. It's coming up right there. Just imagine that if you walked past the fairy lights or the neon light and enough light cast right over the one spot wasn't covered, the
Mm-hmm.
eyeballs and the eyebrows, you're definitely going to notice those fucking eyebrows.
Yeah,
I'll
I
give
mean,
a
look at the light there. You
mhm,
know, it is right over his eyes
yeah.
and eyebrows. Mm-hmm.
So, the only one thing old girl got right was the bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, and his height.
Well, that too, and the basketball type build.
Mm-hmm. See, these are at home in Pennsylvania
Yeah.
after he watched Bundy.
Mm-hmm. Look,
Oh, poor
was that the
dog.
only soul who loved him unconditionally other than Mother? Did the dog pick up on his weirdness and say, "Get the fuck away from me"?
Oh, looks like a sweetheart though.
It looks like they loved each other. Because we all know our dogs are loyal and they love you unconditionally
Mm-hmm.
as long as you're good to them. Even if you abuse them, they probably gonna still love you. I
Yeah.
hate that because I see that happen.
Oh yeah.
Well, when we were kids, we had this lady that lived next door to my grandma, and they were lifelong neighbors, but they didn't always get along. And old Miss Sadie had this damn pit bull that she
Mm-hmm.
had chained in the backyard. And he was a little bit of aggressive dog. He was way too much for her old ass. But she would take this gigantic stick, and my granny went out that back door one day and let that woman have it. She went to beating on that dog with that stick, and he was chained up and couldn't. My granny lost it on that lady, called the animal control on her and everything.
Oh, I totally
Because
would too.
yeah, we can't stand no abused animals. But yeah, I that dog looks like he loves him. Remember, he asked the cops after his arrest, allegedly, "Is my dog okay?" Well, yeah, your dog is fine. And so was Murphy. See, there's the basement of parents' home.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, and I snagged it from Ashley.
Oh, is
Uh,
that his Dickies beanie?
I was wondering the same thing, Dolphin. I seen it again. I was like, wait a minute, is that the one we bought at Walmart?
Mm.
Got to keep that shaved head warm now that you got all your hair gone. Damn it, man. Oh, my Bundy cosplay shit.
Yeah, but his hair had grown back by then. Oh
Yeah,
God.
I think his hair grows fast. Why his mama have some high heels hanging up her
I
back?
was actually just getting ready to say something about those. I was like, oh, those are cute.
Wait a minute, Dolphin, we noticed the stupidest shit.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? Okay, oh, Lord, I think I passed it.
After the dog. Yeah, let it go right. Yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna be forward.
that was a lot of ramen, Pammy. My kids,
Yeah.
I had one of my daughters, I had to tell her, you cannot live off ramen noodles, but my God, they have a lot. Well, do vegans, oh, I gotta push play. Are vegans allowed to eat ramen?
Mm, I don't know why not. I mean,
I have no clue. I don't know what
there's I
their
guess
rules.
vegetable ramen. Yeah.
I guess I don't know what their rules are. Okay,
There.
what the hell? Is that the regular bathroom, or is that Mama's bathroom, or
I don't know, but those are
sister's?
cute.
Uh, but in a bathroom,
Mm,
it's weird.
it is, but yeah. Maybe if you'd have to see the whole bathroom,
Maybe so,
maybe
but
the rest of the bathroom is
I'm
fairly
just not that
girly.
frilly. I'm not that lady. I don't even own shoes like that, right? So
Hmm.
I would never hang a pair in my bathroom. It's to me, it's okay, Mama. You do you. It sister could have done it. I don't know. She's like, I'm gonna transform this bathroom. A weird brother left to go to college. Finally, get him out of our
Uh,
bathroom.
And this is like literally like what, a couple days before he got arrested?
Yeah, because those were the ones
Or
that were leaked on Dateline, remember?
mm-hmm. Going into like the night before because he was
Yeah,
dressed all in black. I think that's what he had on, the WSU hoodie.
I think so.
So Reddit, some people on Reddit have theories about the code in the note. Somebody said,
Okay,
what was that?
was the
Oh,
end of the photos.
oh, okay. Someone said that this is a very common thing to submit with assignments to ensure that it's your own work, especially if you have online courses. I've had to do the same during master's program. Some of my professors requested a handwritten note with my name and date in order to submit the assignment. I genuinely think that's it. But then somebody else went on to say, that's what I think. When I took online courses, they'd make me submit a picture of my name and date, handwritten, the code with anything. Like the code could be anything: project ID, course ID, verification code. Yes, I'm doing my master's and I have to do the same thing.
Well, it makes sense.
Hmm.
Did he? Because he did he have online courses at WSU?
I don't think so, but maybe he had to submit something
He
online.
may have, like, you may have, may that's you may have. I mean,
Hmm.
that's a good guess. I mean, we're open to everybody's guesses, right? To try to figure it
Yeah.
out. Um, I haven't even took a look at Reddit today, well, this morning.
Yeah, it could be like a confirmation code for the submission of something.
Hmm.
Mm.
Those are all good good guesses. Oh, my phone is turned up.
Somebody said he was verifying for his OnlyFans.
Oh God,
Oh
Lord,
gosh.
if that
Practicing
dude,
his mugshots.
they allowed him to open an OnlyFans on his little tablet. My
Ugh.
God, I, I can't even. I can't even. Um, is he hiding things up in the ceiling? I don't know, Jeff. His parents didn't have the money to fix their ceiling.
Mm, it's crazy.
Do I think he intentionally did that with the light going across his eyes? It looked like, well, I feel like a car might have been passing at the time he took the photo. It cast the light over his eyes like that. I don't think he planned it. Could he shine a light in his eyes? I don't know. All right, so yeah, I agree, Jeff and Dolphin, about the codes. That makes sense if that's other people are reporting they had to do the same thing.
Hmm.
You know, it's always good to get everybody's views on it because we don't know. It's just a weird one of those weird Koberger things, right? Um, so we didn't have any more new documents come down um, in the docket, and there's nothing new on any of the other websites either as far as what all came down. And we reviewed what's come down so far. All right, let me get this pulled up here.
Oh, let me change my
Okay.
what was it? The way my PDFs open. Actually, I was going to say, oh, you could do it if you want to show them what that website was for the crime, the serial killer timelines
Oh,
search.
yeah. I don't have the link to it, but you can.
Just open up Google. I'll show you.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I got something pulled up we were going to watch. Let me pull up
Oh,
that.
okay. Well,
Hang
we
on.
can wait.
Well, I already took it down. Let's see. All right. What was the website?
Just Google
Oh,
serial killer timelines. And then in the results, it's going to be, should be, the first one, and it's from Radford University.
yep. Got it. Okay. And
And then
this
it's a
was.
big list.
So tell everybody what we're looking at here. Let me pull it up.
Who was it that did the interview? This last
Was it the
interview with the
Bernhardts?
Barnharts
I don't
and
remember who did it,
shoot,
though.
somebody. Um, Yeah, they said, you know how they were talking about when he was home for Christmas, he was downloading case files for serial killers, like full case files. And I was just kind of like, what were they talking about? Well, in one of their last interviews, they showed part of the URL and they blocked out most of it. But at the
Oh,
very end, it said serial underscore killer underscore timelines dot htm. And if you could see where she went, it would show you the links for all of those people. The
yep.
end of the file name shows that. So yeah, you could just
So
like
this was the
literally.
website that they
Hmm.
claimed that he was deep into that night. And looky here, Miss Judy Bueano, the Black Widow herself.
Hmm.
Welcome to the Florida State Penitentiary, ma'am. Oh, wait, you're not with us anymore. You're dead
Yeah,
because we
1943.
we
Yeah.
put her to death. No, she deserved it.
Hmm.
She deserved every fucking bit of what she got for what she did to all the people, including her own handicapped son that she drowned right here in the Blackwater River.
Wow.
Ma'am, take a seat, ma'am. I've deep dove you for years. Blew up. John Gentry's car explodes in the Driftwood restaurant and he survives. Judy was arrested on charges of attempted murder for John Gentry and further investigation. Judy received indictment for murder and grand theft concerning Michael Goodyear. But y'all don't even know that lady's case is crazy.
Wow,
All
they've
right.
got 4 pages on her.
Yeah, and underneath Judy Bueano is a very famous woman, and she was from right here. Ted Bundy arrested here. Isn't that weird? They got them side by side. Come to Florida. Um, all of them. There's some I've never heard of, and
I
some
know.
that I have.
I bookmarked the site because I was like, oh, this is
Yeah, I'll
actually a
save
really
it.
good site.
Yeah, it is. I'll actually save it as well because that's we could deep dive some of these cases and look back on. Look, Dahmer's on the list,
Hmm.
so he could just go on here and research all their methods, what worked and what didn't work. John Wayne Gacy, you made the list. Of course you did, you freak. Um, when I was reading this stuff on Danny Rawling, it really made me think about what Coburn. I mean, everybody wants to pretend he's obsessed with all these other killers, and it's all about the Bundy.
Hmm.
He's mimicking a bunch of different killers. He's not
That's
going
why I
after
was
mi-
rewatching Copycat.
right. He's not mimicking one person. He's
Hmm.
mimicking all of them. And if he studied Danny Rawling's own words, I only went to apartments that backed up to the woods. He didn't care about the girl who lived in the apartment. The
Mm.
apartment had to be easy to get in and out of unseen. This took me right back to the Idaho house. The house was the target. You damn right it was. Ed Kemper.
Oh yeah. I mean, they've got so many people on here
I
that I've
wonder
never even
why some of
heard
the ones are
of.
highlighted in green, Dolphin. I wonder, are the females? I didn't even
Maybe
notice
scroll back
because
up. Yeah, I
I'm
noticed
just
the
now
green, but I
noticing the
didn't.
names. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. So the females are in green and the males are in blue.
Oh, interesting.
And just look how of course, there's females on the list, but there's a lot more males. Um, where's what's her name? Shit. That other chick here in Florida that killed all them men up and
Oh,
down.
Warnos, Eileen Warnos.
Arlene
Mm.
Warnes. Yes. You know her ass is going to be on here.
She's a W. Yep, there she is.
Yep. There she is. Right there. Miss Sir. But she's a freak.
Hmm.
She's crazy. If y'all know her story, wow. You didn't want to be a man and get in her realm. She's gonna off you. That's just the way she was. So that was one of the websites that Koberger would deep dive and do his own research outside of
On
his
what
school
Christmas evening?
research.
That's what he was doing.
Christmas
December
Eve.
25th at night.
Yeah, now look, we're all in true crime. I'm bound to be sitting here at 2 a.m. deep diving some weirdo serial killer. But
Hmm.
Christmas, I might put that down for a minute. Um, unless the day is done and everybody's asleep and I can't sleep, then maybe. But no, not on the norm, right? It's not like I know when to put this stuff down and take a step back.
Yeah, definitely.
I know when to do that. All right, let me pull this up. So I actually I didn't save that. Shit. I wanted to save that website too. Let me go back and grab it real quick. Let me pin it to my.
Man, I
There we
just
go.
really need to get into their report because I'm sure their report is full of stuff. The Barnharts.
I can't wait either.
Yeah.
They're giving out information slowly. Somebody's giving those photos out, and it wasn't the police.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to come from the Bernhardts. But did they wait and give it to the media after they gave it all to Olivia?
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Okay, let's see. Let me get this pulled up. Okay. And I can't remember if we haven't finished going through all the ISP reports yet. And I don't recall if we read this particular one or not that talks about this information, but I think we did because I remember seeing it. So I'm like, I must have read that.
Yeah, I read those so long ago. I'm like, oh shoot,
Yeah,
trying to remember what all's in them.
I know.
Obtained by People magazine showed two women suspected Brian Koberger was stalking them at Washington State University right before the murders at 1122 King Road in Moscow. Koberger was a PhD candidate in that criminology department at that school. And the women said he would make daily visits to see them at work. And then he'd make unexpected, uninvited, and highly unwelcome visits to their homes.
Why is he showing up at their houses?
Because he's a freak.
One of them's a married woman. Buddy, you're brave. Like that urge was so strong you didn't even give a fuck.
One of the women was an employee at the university bookstore. She said Brian Koberger seemed to have researched her, knowing personal details that she'd never shared, including her name and the hours that she'd worked. She further
So
Oh
he
yeah,
knew
I
the
do remember
hours.
this.
Yeah, and he knows the hours that she works, so he's watching her.
Oh, which reminds me then, God, I forgot where she worked. If it was like a not a coffee shop, something, some little shop, like food shop or something. But remember the text between Brian and his mother, where his mother, like you only saw her side or heard her side,
Oh yeah,
saying that yeah, she still works there, talking about
yeah.
yeah, some girl still works at the coffee shop back in Pennsylvania where they're from. So he must have asked about some other girl. So he's creeping on girls in coffee shops back home. He's creeping
Mm-hmm.
on girls here, on the campus or whatever that work in
You're
whatever little
looking for the
place she
perfect
worked at.
victim.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for your perfect victim. So Maddie and Kaylee weren't direct targets. They just happened to be the girls who lived in the perfect house for the crime. And all these other women that you're stalking, knowing their hours of work, knowing where they fucking live. You can't tell me he wasn't stalking every woman he came across. And then all those browser photos of all those college girls, if he really wanted Madison Mogan or Kaylee Gonzalez, we'd have seen nothing but them if he didn't wipe it all away. But we see all this other stuff. He was absolutely stalking and trying to find the perfect location to do this.
said in August or September of 2022. And remember, that is just months.
And why the freaking cops want to come out and downplay this guy? Oh, it's just he just got lucky. Nothing to see here. Y'all quit talking about it. We were not stupid.
Before the quadruple murders. She was changing in her bedroom at home when someone knocked on her window. She called for her husband and the person ran off. Another time,
Did he not know the husband was in the house? Or was it really Brian Koberger? Why would he knock on the window knowing the husband's in the house just to see what would happen? Like, let me test this out.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Or
he didn't know.
maybe he didn't know. When BTK killed the Ortega family, he did not expect that entire family that day. He was watching that home. He expected to find two people in that house, the wife and one of the children. But that's not what happened. So therefore, the whole family had to be taken out. And that's what BTK himself told everybody. That was not supposed to go down like that. I watched those people. I knew their routine. But that day, they were sick.
She heard someone on her porch. Her husband came home right away, and she says a white car drove off moments later. And we all know by now that Koberger drove that infamous white Hyundai Elantra. The other student worked in Koberger's own department, criminology. She said he would seek her out constantly, quote, almost daily, end quote. She told police she was working late one night when she saw Koberger walking around outside. He made eye contact through a window with her and then entered the building, at which point the woman said she hid in a bathroom. Another time, she got a phone call from a neighbor who said someone was lurking outside of her window at home. Soon after, she learned that she lived fairly close to Koberger. And she told police she wasn't the first person to have problems with Brian Koberger.
He out there jogging around at night, getting all sweaty, stalking women.
Washington State University.
Yuck.
I want to bring in a News Nation staple. Brian Enton has been covering this case since day one. He's our senior correspondent at the network. Let's first just talk about those breathtaking photos, Brian. I only saw them just within the last couple of hours for the first time. And I think the first thing that came to my mind was, here's someone making faces like a monster into his phone, but it reveals perhaps for the first time a twisted personality that we know exists behind so many other of his photos.
Yeah, I mean, look, all the photos that we've seen of him.
Okay, so I just wanted to hear what they were saying about the women who claimed he stalked them or was out creeping around on them. How many women now think back and go, not only did the dude give me a bad vibe, but now that I think about it, he was always around? Or how many have knew that he was always lurking? That is just weird behavior. It's stalking behavior, and because we all were trying to figure out, where did he pinpoint his victims? When did he hone in on these victims? Was it when he's still in PA looking for vegan restaurants and saw a cute girl? Was he looking into the area? Where can I go and hang out and all these things? Did he stumble upon her once he got into town? He stumbled upon the idea long before he ever got to town, because he bought the K-bar months before he went. But the fact that he was looking at all these girls and made all of them uncomfortable, creeping around on all of them like that. All right, I gotta go get a cold drink, but let me pull.
Okay.
I gotta go get a Coke.
Alrighty.
I think I'm done with my coffee. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Are you on your computer or on your phone, Carrie?
What?
Go talking to Carrie. She's
Oh,
trying
okay.
to get me in Discord. I was gonna say, if you want your name here quick, then you can just delete the message. I really do need to organize my Discord servers. I probably have, uh, I don't know, like maybe 50 or more. She must be looking around for something. Oh, okay. I'll add you then.
Right. Let me see here. Where are we standing this morning? All right. Okay, did y'all? All right, let me see now. What do I got here? Sorry, guys, I was checking notifications real quick. All right.
Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. Carrie 28. Okay, I just sent a friend request.
Okay. Cool. Okay. This was interesting to me listening to it. I was like laying in bed the other night listening to this one. And a lot of you know Stacey Chapin has been to CrimeCon not once but twice. She was in the Orlando CrimeCon, wasn't she? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, because Firefly was down there. Um, and I don't know if she went last year. I guess she did. Um, and she went back this year, of course, and she talks about her relationship now that she has with Othram Labs. And this lady says something that I found very it took place at CrimeCon previously, and so I'm gonna let
Mm-hmm.
it play for those of you who haven't listened to it. And I like where they're gonna go or what they're gonna try to do moving forward, I think is important. Hold on. Sorry. Okay.
To know that you have information that could help someone heal, that could help someone feel safe or secure, and to not be able to give it to them is difficult. Everyone that worked this case, all the family members that were involved, none of us could speak to the media.
Yeah.
You know that more than anyone.
Right.
And so everyone's speaking, everyone out there giving interviews was speculating with no knowledge, with very little information what was going on. And they painted the wrong picture. And finally we have our voices back.
Yeah, right.
And we're excited to tell the story.
We met by chance, and I had some knowledge throughout our case of what the Middlemans were doing, and I relied on that. Jim and I relied on that in our darkest moments. I didn't know anything, that I wasn't supposed to know, but it was a blessing, and victims' families should have the right to that information if they're going through the same thing we are. I mean, inevitably there's going to be families that are in the same position we are.
Yeah, I guess there would have been a lot more certainty had it been explained.
It's definitive information. There was so much, so much speculation. There still is. It's shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is science.
It's scientific.
Yeah, there's
right?
no speculation.
I mean, if you knew definitively that knife sheath was, without a shadow of doubt, which is the case, now that it's all said and done.
No, Dolphin, they don't say where they get them from. They're not gonna
Dang.
they're not gonna reveal them sources.
Okay.
And it would have been different going through. You would have relied on, you kind of went, okay, maybe we don't need to worry as much as we need to worry.
Yeah, and there was one advanced forensic test performed. There was one profile. There was so much speculation out there about multiple profiles, incongruent information. There is only one lab that is doing this type of DNA technology that tested that DNA, and it's ours. Everyone tried to figure out why was this information not out there, what was missing, what was the missing component, and came up with a whole bunch of speculations that led to uncertainty.
And we can thank state of Idaho and the defense attorneys for that, ma'am, because they're right. If there was so much DNA on that knife that it was more than just a speck, a skin cell of transferred DNA, boy, we all know how that ran amok, right? If they had just come out and said, no, 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 let's address this shit right here, right now.
Yeah,
Be,
really.
be transparent. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this is what we got on this guy. Screw you, Ann Taylor, and your wannabe gag order. No, ma'am.
And that uncertainty continued to grow, and I think that was the most difficult on the victim's family.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And no one else, right? Like, I was certain the entire time because I saw the science. I knew the results, right? I never had one doubt in my mind that we'd be sitting here today whenever today was, whether it's after the trial, before the trial, at a plea. I knew that this day was going to come. But the victims' families didn't have that certainty. I don't even know if law enforcement involved in the case had that certainty. I don't know how far the results actually propagated as the full result of the investigation, because everything was kept so under wraps. And I think that needs to change. And I want to make clear, because there are questions in our talk today for David, and I'm sure in our talk tomorrow, that we don't tell them this is your perpetrator. We say this person's profile, or one of these 2 or 3 people in this family left DNA at this crime scene, meaning that they then need to investigate. They need to contextualize that information.
And remember, Othram did find the 2 brothers, relatives of Koberger's.
Oh, yeah, the 4.
Yeah, the 4, before they handed it over to the FBI. And they're right. It's always been out there, IgG and DNA is a tool, and like she said, it could point to 3 people, but you got to get the cops got to go out now and find the evidence. Which one of them owns a white car? Would be my first question.
They knew in the Kohlberger case that there was a white Elantra that was seen at the crime scene. Now they knew that there was a family in Pennsylvania that was identified. Could they look up a white Elantra that had a Pennsylvania plate or a Pennsylvania driver? Of course they could, and that's part of their investigation. I don't know the order of which the investigators actually investigated that case, but they were able to piece all those pieces together because we gave them the information that we gave them. And as they pieced all those puzzle pieces together, it became very clear that there was only one suspect first possible of committing this crime.
What is it like for you to meet the person or the people who, I mean, it's so scientific what they did, but to put a face to it.
It was amazing. Jim and I hopped the first plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, we flew to Houston, and then Maisie and I have been back. I feel forever indebted to them. I have a list of people in my heart that, since November 13th, that I feel that way about, and they're on the list. I mean, thank God that they developed something that helped our case.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
So, the interesting part to me, I don't even think they touched on it on this particular interview, but the lady from Othram there said that when they were at the first crime con where she saw Stacy Chapin, that she happened to be standing near where Stacy was standing talking to a group of people. And she could hear the uncertainty in her voice and different things. And she walked up to Stacy, didn't tell her who she was, but gave her a hug and told her, just know it's all going to work out. And that's all the woman said to her. And then after the gag was lifted, they reached out and got in touch with one another.
Oh, okay.
And that's how they have now formed a friendship. And she's told her everything she knows. And they want to work to try to, I feel like IgG is not going anywhere. DNA research is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. And it's a tool that needs to be brought out into the forefront and not be hidden anymore. Because look what it's caused in this case, right, with the FBI IgG stuff. But we got the new hair testing over there in New York with the Rex Sherman case. And they're going to let that evidence come in now. And it's brand new DNA type testing. And now they're really looking at John Bonet Ramsey's case to figure out if they even have any DNA left, that it didn't get lost, destroyed. They have methods now that can test DNA without degrading the DNA. There's a case locally. There's DNA in the case. But they have to be selective about when they run it through CODIS periodically, because it will degrade the sample over time. They have ways to stop that now. All that's going to come into the forefront, and people better get ready for it. It's going to be harder, for people to think this is Brian Koberger's the only one out there with that type of mentality. We're crazy. You see a baby killer today. Well, there won't be one tomorrow. Guess what? There just happened. So we can't sit in the dark and pretend no other Brian Kobergers are out there getting an education. We just got to get better in tune to picking up all those red flags, I guess. Are y'all pretty good at picking out the creeps? I am.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't, but I'm very nice when I'm out and about. I can spot a friendly type person, but I don't get over friendly. I'm like, "Hi, how are you?" Going about my business, you know. But then there's some that I side eye the whole time I'm somewhere, right? I got one eye on that person at all times. Yeah, Hawthorne wants to get more labs around the country. They're doing excellent work, Rachel, because this was the first active case that they helped solve. Most of their cases are all cold cases, right? So I think they're going to come into play a lot more than they have. Gosh, there's so many cases. If you research it, there's a lot of cases where IgG was used. There's not just like the Golden State Killer case. That was just like the most famous one. There's quite a few out there. I've looked at the numbers on it. Um, there's like a database website, I think it was, that I was on looking at that stuff one day.
Mm-hmm.
I may have saved it. I might have put it in Discord. I don't know. My brain's always reading something. Then I'm like, wait a minute, you were reading another thing. How did you get on this? And, yeah, it's
Dang. I'm still looking at that photo, trying to figure
yeah,
out,
of
trying to
course.
get Google to search it and
Which
figure out
photo?
what restaurant that is
Yeah, I'm
or whatever.
curious.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at. Let me see here. How many vegan restaurants are in? What do you call it? Pullman.
Oh, probably not that many.
I feel like I was attacking my keyboard. My finger slipped. I feel like I need a new one. My everything's dark. I think I'm going blind. Okay.
I always have to mute mine because it's so loud, being a mechanical one.
Can I mute mine? I can't stand typing
Oh
noise.
no, I mean my mic. Yeah.
Oh, I was like, muting keyboards. Let me have it. Like when I can make a business call and you can
Mm-hmm.
hear them in the background. I can. That just pet peeve. It drives me insane. I don't know why. All right, vegan friendly restaurants in Pullman: South Fork Public House, Black Cypress, Porchlight Pizza, Thai Ginger, Fickens Thai Cuisine, and Red Bento.
Yeah, I see.
Let's see.
More than
Five,
that. Yeah.
there's the five best. Vegan restaurants. Happy Cow. Happy Cow's a weird name for a vegan restaurant.
Well, the cow's happy because they're not killing the cow.
I
So, yeah.
guess. Whoa, where's my
Where
screen?
did
Come
you
back
see
to me.
happy cow? I'm looking.
As I
Lumberyard.
scrolled down, yeah.
Oh,
That's vegan
a
food.
Bangladeshi cuisine
I was trying to look for
restaurant.
a
That's
picture
interesting.
in the. Well, that's a brown table, but they're all brown. It's like not showing me photos of the inside of the restaurant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't stand that. Let's see. All right, guys, let me get that down. Let me
If
pull
you're,
it.
are you on Google Maps?
No, I just went on regular Google.
Oh, yeah, no. Do Google Maps and then click on the photo, and then you'll see all the photos inside the
Let's do that, and
restaurant.
I'll pull up the screen so everybody can look at what can see with us. Okay. Oops.
This Larissa's apron green looks pretty good. Yeah, I definitely would go there. I don't know. I'm maybe seeing like a dozen and a half in Pullman.
Okay, let me pull up
And
this.
then, let's see what.
Wait, are they listed out on my map?
If you put
No, I
vegan
gotta click.
restaurant near Pullman,
Yeah, I gotta type it in
WA.
different. I know what I did. Here we go. Here's Sanctuary Smoothies. I wonder. Paradise Creek Brewery. I like to see some photos. So I went to Google first. So I want to see if we can.
Click the restaurant.
Yeah, I'm fixing to do that. Let me start at the
Yeah.
top one. Let's go to this one, the smoothie place.
Now click the big image because it says see photos. Yeah, when you, yeah, mouse over it.
Okay, so they got yellow walls.
Then they've got them categorized up at the top. Maybe vibe for the photos of the restaurants.
Look at they got a regular floor in there
Mm-hmm.
with a dragonfly on it.
That looks good. Ooh,
Oh,
geez,
okay.
this looks good.
Okay. Well, maybe vegan's not so bad after all.
Yeah.
I mean, I eat
Click
a
the
lot of this
vibe
stuff
category
anyway.
real quick.
The vibe.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go. That's
So
photos of the
let's see.
restaurant.
Well, it's not that place he was at,
Mm-mm.
unless they have another room off to the side with some weird carpet.
Yeah, like I said, those curtains and drapes look very ancient and like, yeah, give me hotel, conference room, or type vibe, or
And this place has a
restaurant.
tile floor.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. We're gonna find you, dude.
Men's looks good.
Oh, ramen. I guess you can eat ramen. They have like a whole restaurant devoted to ramen.
Yeah.
I've heard like one time there was like this ramen burger in New York and it was
Mm-hmm.
several $100s and people were
Mm-hmm.
paying to go. And I watched how they made it. I was like, that is so gross looking. I wouldn't pay anybody to eat that. Like, I wouldn't even buy it for a buck. It's disgusting looking. And then rich people be like, no, I'm going to go eat this burger only because it costs a couple $100, even if it's yucky. And that's not the same place. Not even close.
So I'm just trying to think though too. He had a hotel key. That was Quality Inn that he also had, right? In the
Mm-hmm.
search warrant inventory.
Believe so.
Hmm.
So it very well could be just from the hotel, like you said. But it had to be a really cheap hotel.
Well, I mean,
I know. I don't imagine him being like the big spender for a good hotel. They're going to stop off the side of the interstate when they get tired.
yeah, I mean, Quality Inn is cheap, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it is. It is.
I
That's
mean,
what
no
they did.
offense to Quality Inn, but
Yeah, I mean, they pulled off the damn
yeah.
interstate and just got the first room right off the interstate. Like, I'm tired
Hmm.
now. It was probably not even planned. Whenever Koberger got tired, he's going to stop. Dad's probably like, dude, can you stop and get some sleep before you kill us on this drive home? His non driving self. I'd have probably been a nervous wreck trying to drive back with my kid driving like that. We'd have had a fight. Well, that place has got a wood floor in it.
Hmm. That's why I'm saying the flooring is what
That,
is making me think
yeah,
more hotel
yeah,
than restaurant, because
I
no
agree.
real restaurant is going to have that type of,
All
like
right, so
carpet down, because it's hard to keep it clean.
if you travel from Washington towards Pennsylvania, how far would you be in your trip before you decided to stop and get a room for the night?
I don't know, with two people driving, but it depends on how much his dad helped out on the driving. I mean,
Right.
they could have done, what, 12 hours or whatever?
Yeah, did dad help him drive? Did they
Or was he
drive
just there to keep him awake? I mean,
right?
hmm.
Because it would be if we could pinpoint an area, a time they may have stopped to get the room. Now, remember, he also went up toward Colorado, right?
Yeah.
On his route,
Yep.
all the way over to Pennsylvania. Anywhere between there and there
Like a
is,
good 2,800. Yeah.
yeah, y'all get
Miles.
busy. We gotta find this restaurant or wherever the hell he is. All right, I don't see anything. I'll go. Oh, she's still trying to get you hooked up on the Discord. I was just checking chat.
Oh, yeah, she was supposed to be messaging me something.
I wonder. So let me take this one down and do it this way. Let me see. Uh, they have a Quality Inn right there in Pullman.
And they've got something cheap in Moscow that, we thought that Kopaka liked to stay at, right there at
Mhm.
Farm Road or whatever.
Yeah, right there by
Like
famous
a Best
road.
Western, Comfort Inn, Quality Inn. That's what that decor looks like.
So I'm looking through the pictures really quick of the when they're in Pullman. It's got busy carpet in the rooms, but they hasn't run across no dining room yet. Oh, we got jets in the hot tub in the room. Busy carpet throughout. Show me. They didn't show anything of a restaurant. I guess you don't get to eat there. Ooh, hot tub. I would be so terrified to get in a hot tub at a hotel.
Yeah.
I don't even like a regular hot tub. Like, that's disgusting. I don't even like a bath.
hmm
Nasty water off me. Huh. So the Paradise Creek Quality Inn doesn't show any of the inside of any type of restaurant room or anything like that. But it looks like it's an older place. Like you know what I mean? Because of those curtains and
Yep.
that carpet are just.
Ancient.
I think you may be more in tune with the hotel situation. What are you guys thinking, chat? A cheap little restaurant, mom and pop type of thing, or
Yeah, or it's a
we have one?
very old, like,
Yeah,
restaurant.
we have
Yeah.
one down because like I live in a one horse town. I'm not even lying, y'all. I got a four-way stoplight right here at the corner. But then I go down to town, and we have one red light down there. But there's an old restaurant. Well, it's a little old strip mall, I guess, from back in the day. But anyway, there's this one little restaurant in it, and they have the very best food, but it's not the best decorated place. You know what I mean? It's just like a little hole in the wall, family owned diner type situation, but the food is really good. I go down there quite a bit. Actually, I haven't been in a minute, and now I'm kind of thinking I should go. Man, yesterday it hit me, and I was like, son, you need to come home and make me a pot of chili. He's like, chili? And I was like, I want a pot of chili. My son cooks the best chili. So he come home and cook me a pot of chili. I'm gonna have some here in a little bit. I just thought y'all should know. I'm ready for the winter food, but not winter. If that makes any sense. Okay, let me I'm gonna do a little bit of a show in a couple of days. It's not a huge deal. It's gonna be anniversary of Hurricane Ivan that struck the Gulf Coast here. And we're gonna look at some stuff with that. You guys, have y'all been following the story of the Amish mother who killed her baby, her 4-year-old son, gave him to God?
No.
Oh my goodness. It made me think of Lori Vallow case, obviously, and other cases throughout the years that we've seen where religion is involved. And it's like it's that uncomfortable thing people don't want to talk about. You know, the Amish have already come out and said, you know, what she did is not in line with our teachings. Um, so her and her, they were Amish couple, and they had 2, 3, 4 children. 2 twin boys were 18, a 15-year-old daughter. Uh-oh, I just got, let me check this message, and a 4-year-old son. Uh-oh, hold on, guys.
hmm
Okay, I need to ask her if she needs to reschedule. Internet issues. I think they're resolved now, but uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. My messenger just went like making all these weird noises.
Yeah, I heard it.
Did you hear it? And my
Uh-huh.
phone was turned down. Like, I don't even know what that happened. All right. So They apparently were at this campground staying in an RV. I don't know how they got there, if they were living there or what their deal was. They were at this RV park, and there's a lake there. And apparently, God called her and the father to go swim in the lake and just be strong or something or another. They got back, and the husband didn't think he swam hard enough for Jesus, so he was going to go back to the lake and go back into the water. Apparently, he does, and he drowns.
Oh, okay.
So she goes down to the lake. She asks the 4-year-old, I don't know if she went back and got him or took him with her. I'm not sure how it happened. She gets down to the lake. She sees his clothes. But God told her a fish swallowed her husband.
What?
Yeah. So then she takes her 4-year-old and throws him into the lake and gives him to God. Then she goes back to the RV, gets the other 3, puts them in the golf cart with her. They have no idea what's going on. They drive to the lake, and she just drives off into the lake with all of them. All right, so it's the woman's mentally ill.
Apparently.
Yeah. Let me get this up. Wait, that's not actually the one I wanted to show because I can't stand her. Oh, homicidal ideations. He's talking about Mickey Stein's. All right, because I got to enter. We have the body cam video from when they show up at the lake, the police talking to this lady, and she even prays with them. Let me find it because I don't want to use the one from Court TV because Julie Brown be bothering me sometimes.
Really?
Yes.
Mm.
I don't know what it is about her, but sometimes she's just a little. Ugh. I don't get that way with too many of them, but. Okay, let me do it this way. And then I got to reply back to her. Let's see. Oh, no, we're good. If you want to come up in 20 minutes, we're good. Okay. No. Hang on. Okay. All right. Okay. So while we're waiting on TYA, we'll take a look. I guess I'll go ahead and show this one. All right. I can get over my little annoyance with Julie.
Statements. Now we shine our spotlight on a terrible case out of Ohio. A defendant named Ruth Miller, an Amish mother, is accused of killing her 4-year-old son. She appeared in Ohio in court on Monday, where she pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. So why would she kill her child? Well, Miller claims she, quote, gave her son to God.
I gave him to God.
You gave him to God?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake, and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I am crazy, but he is real, and he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you. And I doubted him. I doubted him so many times, but I am to tell you he is coming soon. He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you.
And she better be prepared to be locked up. So what happened to her husband? Well, he ended up in the
Okay, I didn't know Julie going to interrupt it. Hold on.
lake, too.
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who did you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
He went for a walk this morning.
And you haven't seen him
He
since?
didn't ever come back. And we went to the boat and his clothes were there. And God told me he's in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find the fish. And you will find my husband.
I need to know where your husband is.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
He's like, cut the bull. I need to know where your husband's
Yeah,
at.
so she told, hang on, I messed it up. So she told them that she was supposed to tell them that they go into the lake and look at the bottom, they'll find him in the big fish. And they're like, and the cop's fixing to tell her there's no fish in that lake big enough to do all that.
He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you.
And she better be prepared to be locked up. So what happened to her husband? Well, he ended up in the lake, too.
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who did you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
He went for a walk this morning.
And you haven't seen him
He
since?
didn't ever come back. And we went to the boat and his clothes were there. And God told me he in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find the fish. And you will find my husband.
I need to know where your husband's at.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
He's in a fish.
Yes.
There's no fish large enough on an atwood to swallow your husband.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
Now, her husband, police say, does not appear to be a victim of foul play. She's facing charges of aggravated murder, felonious assault in her son's death. She's also charged with endangering her child and domestic violence for allegedly driving a golf cart into the lake with her 15-year-old daughter and twin 18-year-old sons on board. There's going to be a bond hearing on September 25th. The Old Order Amish Church tells Scripps News that the events that unfolded at the lake do not reflect their teachings or their beliefs, but were instead a result of mental illness.
I don't know what her husband's name was, Jeff. You're so silly sometimes. But that's a crazy story, and sometimes I have to wonder, did the people just have mental health or did the religion itself cause the mental health? And I can't avoid that question anymore. We live in 2025. I'm tired of avoiding situations and being politically correct. That's how I feel about it. And it's the way I have felt about it for years. It's just one of those uncomfortable topics people don't want to talk about, right? And at some point, they have to be talked about. It's kind of like blaming, Lori and Chad were only out for sex and money. It makes it easier, don't it, to accept? Because we can't base it upon religion, because that's super uncomfortable for everybody, especially the actual religion they were following. I don't like organized religion. I think some of these people get super carried away with it, and it's drilled into their heads so much, that if you don't do this and you don't do that, this is going to happen to you. And if you hear some of the stories, people who are raised in those types of situations and those types of religions, and then they get out of that situation, they talk about that's how they felt. They didn't have a choice, and and if we do leave, God's not going to love me anymore, that kind of thing. Can't stand the newscaster voice. Whose? Mine or Julie's? I don't know which one. All right, guys, we're giving Taya a little bit of time here to get everything worked out.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she was having internet issues. She said she needed about 20 minutes. I told her to let us know when she was ready. Because there is quite a bit there to unpack that I wanted to get to. And if something does happen, we can maybe get it. If we have to reschedule for tomorrow, we will. But right now, I'm just waiting on her to get back to us. But let me... So I don't know if they'll give her a bond or not for that type of thing, guys. I don't know what I don't know if they would give her a bond or not. We got ridiculously high bonds set in a lot of cases. Not that I shouldn't say it like that. The amount is ridiculously high, but they deserve to be under a ridiculously high bond, right? Some of these people. And trying to get their bond reductions done and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We still haven't heard back about Mickey's bond, if the judge is ever going to decide to give him bond or not. I don't know if that's the right idea, the best idea. You never know. All right, let me...
So whose server is this that I'm in now? Seeking Justice?
Seeking Justice is a great server. All kinds of wonderful information ran by some amazing women.
Is it tied to a YouTube channel or something?
No,
Oh,
they
okay.
support YouTube channels and they support. You'll take a look around the Discord. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I tell you, yeah, thanks, True Crime Butterfly. I think I'm gonna try and find some sort of Discord tutorial video because all of y'all need a tutorial on how to use it and like what all you can do with it. I'm just like, yeah. And then that way I
Yeah.
won't have to explain to anybody where their username is and all that because what Carrie said was her username is not actually her username.
Right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. Dolphin's a Discord queen, guys. She's a gamer,
Yeah.
and I've been doing Discords for years with the NFT teams. So sorry
hmm
if you don't know. Yeah, Discord's a little.
Yeah,
It's different.
decades. Discord, Ventrilo, Mumble, all the voice over IP stuff. That's, yeah, been doing that stuff for decades. So,
They do have a YouTube channel, Carrie.
mm,
Okay. They're re- the women who run the Discord over there are fabulous. They are super supportive. They tweet our stuff out all the time. Um,
hmm
I can DM them anytime I need to or want to. They're it's great. It's a great resource as well for case information on a lot of different cases, right? And
hmm
they have links for other YouTubes in there as well. Yeah.
hmm Oh, okay.
Yep. It's a
I
good
may
place.
keep it. I don't know. I have to organize these things because I have so many Discord servers that
I'm
I'm a
not
member of. It's like nuts.
I'm not in there a lot. I'm not in any Discords a lot, but I pay after my after I got out of the NFT scene. Oh, I got a couple of Discords I am still in with that, but my buddies,
hmm
yeah, I got rid of so many Discords. I don't have that many.
Yeah, I don't get rid of them. I'll just mute them, so I'm
Yeah,
not seeing everything from it. But yeah.
yeah. Oh, there was a couple of old servers I did delete from back in the day, but
hmm
other ones, I don't get any out loud Discord notifications 'cause I can't. That just drives me nuts.
Oh
And
yeah.
that stems back from me having to live in a Discord damn near 24/7 with the NFT teams. I had to be available, so I was constantly getting those notifications. Like,
hmm
no, my phone's right here all the time. I'll see it pop down. I don't need to hear the noise. I don't think I have hardly any notification sounds turned on. My kids have specific sounds attached to what they send me, so I'll know if it's them if I'm not in the room with my phone. They go live sometimes, Carrie. Cool. So,
Let me find that link.
okay.
Oh, not for that. The one that I gave you earlier about the timelines.
Oh, yeah, I got it right here. What are you doing, trying to give it to her?
hmm
Oh, okay. We can probably post it right here in the in the let me grab the link real quick and I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
And that way any of you guys who want to save it, come on, copy and check it out, you can do so. I'm sorry I didn't think about that earlier. I didn't even know what you guys were talking about. There's the link, guys, in chat to the Serial Killer Timelines website we were looking at earlier. There's some show ideas packed in that thing. Deep dive some of them serial killers. You can learn so much about other serial killers, right? Just from
Oh
look,
yeah,
Brian
definitely.
Koberger was doing the same thing. He's no different than we are. Can learn so much. We need to learn a lot from this guy. If they can ever pick that brain apart, and get in there. If we can ever
hmm
get any more truly unsealed documents. I know I've seen people were going back and forth yesterday about these sheath photos. I'm like, it's not hard to figure out. That's probably under seal. The actual sheath picture. Now, if it's in the body cam footage, maybe because it's blurred out, we can't see it because there's a body laying there. But the photos, people were like, these photo dumps are coming out. Where are these photos? Those were part of the under seal documents.
Yeah, it's gonna be when they pull the comforter back, though. You know,
Yeah,
because it was
but
underneath the comforter.
but still, what it said, they when they pulled it back, they could see it. But then when the
hmm
PCA says visible from the door, partially under the body, partially, I have no doubt the sheath is there. But I think people are jumping to conclusions about why we haven't seen it yet because it's under seal and it's not. it's going to be far back in the sealed document dump list because it went under seal in the beginning of the case on the evidence returns, the sheath, all that. I don't feel like they're hiding it for any reason. There would be no legit reason to hide a sheath unless there was never a sheath. Then Houston, we got a fucking problem. Because if there was never a sheath in that house, I got big questions now. How did you get DNA off something that wasn't there?
Yeah, I don't think that that's the reason that they're not showing the sheath. It's because of the location, is what I think. You know what I mean?
Well,
Because it's like
yeah.
it'd be very difficult to show it, and I guess
In
what, blur out everything else, you know?
In the video, absolutely. In a photo, they could be a little more strategic with it. I'm not saying I need to see it to do it for me. That's not what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
for redacted purposes, it's easier to redact the photo than it would be the actual video, I think. Just from my little bit of editing I do. But I still think it's part of the sealed document stuff. And if it is, and that's why we haven't seen it, that's so far back in the stack, it's going to be a hot minute. So people need to be patient.
The sheath, though? No, it's not a part of the sealed document stuff.
I
I
don't
mean,
know
the
if
rest of
inter
the crime scene photos and stuff are coming out, Like,
I
why
know,
would.
because in the beginning, it was
Mm-hmm.
part of the evidence, right?
Right?
And all of that was sealed. So it
Right?
would still be sealed until they get to that
No,
document
because other
unsealed.
things are coming out. Other evidence, crime
Of
scene
other
photos, and.
evidence photos that weren't, I don't know if those were under seal, because if they weren't gonna use them in court,
Mm-hmm.
right, what you got a bunch of pictures showing a guy taking selfies. What is that gonna prove to me in court, right? Nothing.
Yeah.
So if
No, but
those
I'm talking about the crime scene photos themselves. Think of the photos that you've
Oh,
seen
I
of the
know.
house. The
I know.
bodies are in those photos. So that was going to be shown in court, and those have been released. So I don't think that that's the reason why the sheath hasn't been shown. I think it's because of where it actually was.
And I
And
totally
yeah,
agree
they're
with
not trying
that.
to show, like, get that gory, I guess,
And
just to.
I
Mm-hmm.
do agree with that, but it's in discovery, and if it was there, it's under seal because they haven't got to that document yet. That's all
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying. I totally get it would be hard to show it with a body, like, I get all that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just thinking people are jumping to conclusions about why it's not out there, and part of it is because it's gonna be hard to do it in the correct way. But
Mm-hmm.
I think a part of it could also be some of that particulars are gonna be under seal because it's gonna be used in court. What we're seeing leaked out right now was never gonna be used in court. I think that's the difference, but I could be dead ass wrong. That's my best guess on it. I don't know.
Yeah, the
But
crime scene photos that we're seeing now, they would be used in
yeah,
court.
the crime scene photos, yes, but that's still, I'm just working it out in my head. I
Okay.
really care less. I'm saying I think that the claims that it doesn't exist are wrong. We all know it
Oh, of
does,
course.
right?
Hmm.
But I feel like maybe part of it is because that I know that that is under seal because that
Hmm.
was definitely going to be shown in court as, this is what the knife was in, that type of thing. I don't know. It could be either way. But you would if they did have the sheath, it would be a redacted, blurred vision. It
Oh,
is what it
yeah.
is.
Then people would still question it. Even if you
Oh
took a
yeah, they
photo and redacted
yeah.
everything else around it and
They're
just showed the sheath,
they're gonna
it's still
question
going to be
it.
in question because you can't see what's around it.
I get that. And they're
Hmm.
gonna speculate no matter what. Even if they saw it laying right there, plain and simple, they're still gonna do all that. I don't even really care. These people are so weird that get out there and
Yeah, they are.
they truly are. And I think there's just so much that could be resolved and if they had been taking a different path with this whole thing. And it's just really crazy. Um, what does he say? Mask guy posted the photos of a half naked Coburger, and he says, if I have to see these, you have to see them too. That's crazy. Um,
But you know what? So
Maybe,
I was looking
maybe,
at what Rachel said about she's not sure we'll ever see a picture of it in the crime scene, maybe in an evidence bag. Yeah,
yeah,
the thing about the crime scene photos, the very first batch of crime scene photos, like media outlets or whatever got it, before we saw them. Because what was it? The one in Idaho, KTVB,
uh-huh,
was the very first media outlet that, you know, uh, published anything. They said they got a whole bunch of photos or whatever. They were cherry picking what they
yep,
got. So it's like we, didn't get to really see everything that they have because they were like, oh, well, we're just going to put out these eight or whatever. You know what I mean? And then as time went on, more outlets got photos, and then everybody else was like, well, shoot, we're going to start to show more or whatever. So, I mean, shoot, for all we know, the photo may actually have been in that original dump, and people just aren't, I don't know.
that's true. Because they were cherry picking what was
Mm-hmm.
we're not gonna show it, we're making the decisions for everybody, right? They
Mm-hmm.
could say, "Turn your head, we're about to show something," but they choose what we get to see. That's why I don't really watch a whole lot of if it's a mainstream media I watch, it's gonna be some shit I saw on the YouTube, not because 'cause
Yeah.
I'm seeking out the news, because I don't seek out the news, they're weird. But
And I'm
yeah,
wondering if now it's, what do you call it? It's halted because of the TRO for
yes,
the
definitely.
Laramies and everything because it's in Maddie's room, or at least it was,
Yeah,
and they're not supposed to be releasing more photos or
no, they are
whatever
not.
of her room.
It and there's nothing they haven't dropped anything else since that injunction went in, and,
Mm-hmm.
we haven't heard anything about a decision on that yet.
No.
And I don't know what I mean, all they're gonna do is tell them this has gotta come out with redactions, right? I mean, I it's such a the legal aspect of what they're gonna get in there and do, so I don't know how long the judge will take to make that decision,
Yeah.
what's the normal amount of time
How
you
long
would
ago was
take
that
on it?
hearing?
What, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So
Seems like
what
she should, yeah, be about ready to make a decision. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I mean, how
understand
long
what
could it
the,
honestly take? The
yeah.
law's the law.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got your sensitive material. I mean, having to go through it all individually, which they already done. But yeah, what's taken so long? Exactly. Figure it out and get it out. We're all, and also Pennsylvania, come the hell on and start releasing something.
Yeah, what's going on with Pennsylvania?
Okay, well, according to I don't think Plunders let me go see what she has I haven't looked at what she has said in the last few days. She's still trying hard to get anything she can out of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Mercy chimed in about this stupid Pennsylvania law that you've only got a certain amount of time to request body cam and all this. I'm like, "Yeah, Mercy, but people put requests in the minute they found out he was arrested in Pennsylvania."
Mm-hmm.
Those requests went in. And if there
Mm-hmm.
was a gag order, I understand it, but the minute that was lifted, those should have been honored because they were in before their expirational time limit, which is ridiculous. Who puts their time limit on stuff like that? Um,
Would Idaho's non-dissemination order have
Apply to this one?
affected Pennsylvania?
It's yes, with what the all the arrest stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but once all the gag order was lifted, then they absolutely could put it out there. Um, but something to do with their laws. I was looking at their laws recently because of what Plunder was saying in the post
Mm-hmm.
and what Mercy chimed in about. And oh Lord, they're doing Gulf Coast Stapletons. Please, I don't even want to talk about them idiots. They're not my Gulf Coast Stapletons. I don't know where the fuck them people come from. Weirdos. Oh goodness, she posts a lot. I was trying to find her post and I didn't want to tell you something that
Oh
it didn't say.
wow. Google's you know how they change their logo every day, right?
Mhm.
It's learning about DNA today.
Uh-oh.
It's cute.
All right, so guys, we are going to take a moment to welcome in our special guest today. Taya Adams is going to be here to join us. Chat, you guys are great. I know you're going to be respectful and welcome her in and give her the space she needs to talk and tell her story. And We are gonna maybe ask some questions toward the end of the show. The mods will keep up with things for me. Y'all kind of put like a cue in the beginning. Of course, Taya won't have to answer anything she's not comfortable with answering, but can you hear us okay, hun?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Good, good, good.
Hello.
This is my friend Dolphin. She co-hosts with me from time to time, and we were up here just doing a little Coburger catch up until we figured out what was going on with you.
Okay,
So,
sorry about that. Yeah, we've got somebody that's been working, helping work around the house and stuff. They've had the power off 3 or 4 times, so
oh
it's
goodness,
just been hectic. So yeah, I just figured, okay, well maybe I need to just wait.
it's
Uh,
okay. It happens.
I was
We
glad that I
understand.
still caught you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I figured if we had to reschedule, we would certainly do it. But I'm glad you can make it in and be here with us. Before we start, I have been. We've been here on the channel. We have followed the case in Kentucky since the shooting occurred. And
Mhm.
we've been watching everything unfold and going through documents and things. And then we saw you doing the interviews, and we've seen you. We reviewed your News Nation clip here and the court TV. I've seen you over on Elizabeth's channel, and just last night I watched Tabiz TV for the first time
Mhm.
and saw you there, and I really liked him. Um,
Yeah, he's good stuff.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, cool. This is somebody new I could check out. So he's got another interview that I haven't had time to review yet that pertains to the case, so I'll get to that, but
Mhm.
you did a great interview there, and I did
Yeah.
listen to that, because I there were some things you talked about in that interview I'd like to touch on today. But
Okay.
again, welcome in, and if you will, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and your background with and guys, like the thumbnail said, this is covering the case out of Letcher, Kentucky with, Sheriff Mickey Steins shot Judge Kevin Mullins. Alright, go ahead,
Mhm.
Taya.
Um. Well, where do you want me to start?
Okay, so you've lived there for most of your life, right? And
Yes.
you were working for Judge Mullins, right? When you were a teenager?
I was working for with my sister for Edison Banks, and Kevin was the assistant Commonwealth attorney,
And at the time,
and
Edison Banks was I'm sorry,
the
loud truck.
Commonwealth attorney.
He
Yes,
was the
the
Commonwealth attorney. Okay.
yeah, he was the prosecutor,
Mhm.
and that's when I met him. And he had an office that was like straight across the street from the office that we were in at
Yeah.
City Hall, and I went over to learn how to take a deposition, and my entire life changed.
So your sister worked for them, and then you came in and was gonna do some work as well and be trained to do
Mhm.
different things, and they sent you
Learning
over.
how to do office management, stuff like
Right.
that. Yeah.
Right. And then he sends you over to learn to take a deposition, and then that was your first encounter with, and that was directly with Judge Mullins, correct?
Yes. Yes. That
It's
was the first inappropriate encounter with him.
yeah, and listening to what's been unfolding, I'm from a small town in a rural area, so I know things can happen. And like I stress here, Vicki Lawrence and Reba weren't wrong. Don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer. And this case just reeks that whole song, right?
Yep.
Every time I think of this case, that song is right there in my mind. And listening to your story, I had already read Sabrina's case here. We went through all the documents with that and reading what had happened to her and with Jennifer Hill, which I'm
Hmm.
so sorry that you lost your friend, by the way.
Yeah.
I understand
Thank
you were
you.
good friends with her. And I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that I told you I was sorry about her loss because I think that, I know what your theory is behind that. And I think it really could have been so different for her, and
Hmm.
how many other girls suffered to the extent she did. All of you have. You all
Yeah.
suffered, and people are like, well, how can these things stay hidden? And well, because people don't talk and
Fear.
stuff. Yeah, exactly. They don't talk.
Fear is a big thing. And even people who aren't involved in like the sex part of it,
Yeah,
they're still doing their own dirty deeds in the dark. And so they stay quiet to keep everyone else quiet. It's all like this big
yeah,
enabling blackmail fest, you know?
yeah. And I
Like,
think that so many people started to become involved with what was going on that it was best
right,
to keep the town secret a town secret and nobody talks. And who's going to believe you girls anyway, right? If
right.
one makes an accusation, who's going to believe? We'll shut her up. We'll get
Yeah.
this and this and this done. Um, and I think now it unfortunately took Mickey doing what he did to shed light on what was actually happening. Because I don't know that it would have gotten national attention otherwise. It was just a civil suit against the sheriff's department, another town in America dealing with something. It would have
Yeah.
never have made it wasn't even making news, Benfield's arrest, what all took place with him and what he was doing, and then the investigation into the sheriff's department there. I just don't think it would have went anywhere. And I think Mickey knew that
Yeah.
partly because I'm trying to get because I don't know what Mickey knew and what Mickey didn't know, but listening to you girls talk and listening to your story, I've not heard one single direct accusation against Mickey Steins for
Mm-mm.
participating in any of the behaviors that were going on.
No. He was named in that one lawsuit with Sabrina, but it was for not properly training Ben Fields and the other
Right,
workers. It wasn't for being inappropriate himself.
right. So Ben
Um,
Fields, for those of you who don't know, let me give him a little backstory. Ben Fields was the
yes.
bailiff for Judge Mullins. He
Mhm.
was uh, well, he pled guilty eventually, right? So he pled guilty, but he was in exchange for sex, he would let the girls have their ankle monitors and not charge them to participate in the monitor program, right? And
Yeah.
then he got in trouble. Somebody came forward, made accusations. He ended up pleading guilty. Do you think that he was willing to take the fall for all of them like that? Because I wonder if he knew
Yeah. I mean, I
more.
think
I
that he
mean,
was greatly rewarded for taking the fall for all of them like that. His wife got a promotion.
had to,
I
right.
mean, he only got 6 months where he had a big screen TV, a big cushy mat, and his wife got to visit him in jail every night.
And I
So
Jesus.
yeah,
yeah.
he didn't mind a bit taking the fall for everybody, I don't think.
So Angie Fields is Ben Fields' wife, and she works for the sheriff's department also, right?
Um,
And go
yeah,
ahead.
I guess that's who she's like technically employed. I don't know who she's employed by now. I think she got moved up to be a bailiff in the court. She
Oh
was
Lord,
working at the jail as well, but
they
now
like to,
she works in the courthouse. She got a promotion. She's a
right.
state employee now.
Okay. So I know when you said that when Ben Fields was incarcerated there, they brought him in a new bed, brought him in a big TV. They put his cigarettes in the break room. The guy kind of like was
Hmm.
at a hotel, right? And
Yeah,
that's insane to me
That is
that
insane.
in
yeah.
that
And
dolphin
he
that
only stayed for 6 months. So I got 12 and a half years for a fight. The same thing happened to me a week before that, and those girls got 10 days for it. And I got 12 and a half years for the same kind of fight.
so I
And
had heard you talk about
then
that a
Ben,
couple of
yeah,
times.
like
Well,
it's outrageous.
there was interestingly enough, when this case first happened, I noticed on the Facebook page to the Commonwealth Attorney's website or page or whatever, they were they'll list indictments today. Like there'll be a list
Hmm.
of who all was indicted and who did what and all this stuff. And I was like, well, that's all they got to do in that town is tell everybody who got indicted on with this and that. And so
Yeah,
I was researching a few things and I come across an article from the Eagle Mountain and you're in it.
the Mountain Eagle. Is
That
that the
Mountain
one
Eagle.
with the fight for the kidnapping
Yes.
charge?
And
Yeah,
and
they
I
charged us
noticed
with kidnapping for a jail fight.
and so when you were talking about that the other day, I was like, kidnapping, what in the world are they talking about? And then when I was listening to the story, you were telling it. So tell, because Angie Fields was a witness, alleged witness, right? Because according to the
Hmm.
article,
Yes.
okay, so what happened with
She's the
that?
one that testified in the case against us, and charged us with kidnapping. But the thing is that Angie wasn't even the guard that was there. It was Lena Hensley is the one that put the girl in the cell. She's the one that pulled the girl out of the cell. She was standing right outside the cell whenever the fight happened. So they say that it was unlawful imprisonment because we didn't let her call for help or something. But the thing is we were at the booking desk, like literally as close as this, like
Yeah,
booking desk, jail cell. The beanhole was open. Lena was outside the door. Like they knew what they were doing.
right. Like they were setting you guys up to take some
Yeah,
more charges and stuff.
yeah.
Because I'm like, what was it? Three other girls or something? There was a couple. They had
There
y'all
was
on the
three of
same
us.
cell. Yeah.
There was well, four of us total. There was
So
four
it just
total.
kind of like lends to me the stuff they're willing to go to, the links they're willing to go to show you guys, hey, we're in control and you're not.
Yeah.
One
I mean,
mistake.
they would set up fights and stuff all the time and like take bets on the inmates and stuff like bet on who's going to win,
Why does that not
things like
surprise?
that.
Yeah.
So, like it's not like it was just a normal everyday jail fight.
Yeah, that
And
sounds
Right.
like a
then
power trip to
Angie's the
me.
one that ended up testifying in it. And I just learned that. I just saw that because I never saw a discovery. Never saw
Oh,
my discovery, and I never got a lawyer. They appointed a lawyer. I did have Bill Milton on the original charge. But then whenever I got the new charges, they took him away from me and appointed Seth Combs, who came one time the day I signed my plea agreement. And I didn't have a choice in this matter. I mean, yeah, I could have not signed it probably, but then what would they have done? They still would have put me back down there and just sat on me for how God knows how long, you know.
yeah.
And so I signed it because he promised me that he had a CD, and he said it was the main part of my discovery, and that he would bring it down and play it for me later that day. And he never showed up, and I never saw a discovery. And I thought that I had 7.5 years whenever I was speaking with the judge in court that day. He said it was 7.5 years. And then I found out once I got to prison that they had added 5 years onto it, and it was actually 12.5 years.
And that's crazy that they, it doesn't surprise me that they do all that. So
And the
this,
paperwork is different. The paperwork that I had from then is different than what you go pull from the clerk's office now. It's been
right.
it's been tampered with and forged. The
So
dates and stuff are stamped on. It's not the same paperwork. Um,
tell us how long you're on probation for.
till 2099,
That's
Oh
insane.
God.
And
and
what was the charge?
I just received another letter a couple days ago, and I know it's retaliation and or an intimidation tactic to try because where I'm talking, they don't like it. I received another letter from the child support office that said that I had 20 days to pay $21,000,
Hmm,
or that they're going to start taking our tax refunds. Well, they've always taken our tax refunds. My husband hasn't ever got his taxes the whole time we've been together,
right.
the whole time we've been married. Every time he's ever claimed me, they take it. They take my taxes every year. And and I've never missed a payment. And my child doesn't get any of that money, not one dime has she ever received of it. Um, she's 22 now, and they charge interest on the child support. So I
Yeah.
said, so what? Like, since I'm on parole till 2099, they're sending me a letter that says I have 20 days to pay. Are they going to try to lock me back up, even though I've not missed a payment?
And that's crazy. How can they do that with you're not missing payments and stuff like that? That
Okay, well, there's another girl that's in a similar situation. She served out her time. Let me say that too. I served out my sentence back in 2023. I should have been done with this place. But they decided not to release me and keep me on the parole for the child support. And I know another girl. They indicted her a second time on the same child support case. Said that it wasn't double jeopardy because they changed the amount before they put the indictment in.
oh Lord.
So, like, instead of the amount being 200, they changed it to 300 and re-indicted her as if it was a
And
new
the new
charge.
indictment. Yeah. And
Even though
then
it's the same child, and her said child is also 22 years old, and
so
she's had her the whole time. So, like, who is this money going to? Who are we paying?
that's what I'm wondering too. I mean, it's to me it sounds
Because
like
it's not
there's
going to the care of our children. A lot of these
right.
moms still have custody of their children, and they're still paying this child support.
Well, because I'm in Florida, and the way and you pay the state, not
Yeah.
it's all run
But
through your
if the state ain't returning it back to the
right.
kids, then
So
what are they doing with it?
who's funneling this money and
And
where's
why
it
are they
going?
calling it child support?
Right.
Because it's not doing anything for my children, but
I
making it
feel
harder
like
on us.
listening to everything that's been happening and the different people that are possibly involved, I feel like there's more going on
Hmm.
than just some dirty old men
Yes, much
roping
more,
in some young girls, right?
much
I
more,
feel like
much more.
there's
That's the
so
least of it.
much more.
Yeah,
Exactly. I think
that's
that's
the
the
least of it.
start. Yeah, I think that's the start to the tip of the iceberg of something bigger. And
Yeah.
I'm not, and that's just from my observations over the past year of what I'm reading in these documents, what I'm hearing on the um, from people who live there, and even when you go look at Michael Clark, isn't he
Mm.
the preacher in town?
And not now. They run him out of town somehow. I don't know how he ended up leaving, but he left his church here, and He started a new church in Cumberland now, and he's still doing speaking engagements and stuff around the state.
Let me
Um,
ask you this: how
there's been
long?
formal complaints filed against him for sexual assault as well. Let
Oh,
me just
you
go
are to
ahead and put
see
that
his
out
rap
there
sheet.
in other
Okay.
counties.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
This
this is since the pardon,
since then. Okay.
since he's been
'Cause-
running his ARC operation. Yeah,
right. So
there's been
this
multiple complaints filed against him too, and it's all been swept under the rug and hidden.
well, it needs to stop because Michael Clark is a pastor there, and he was helping run the ARC program, which is the drug
Mhm.
rehabilitation centers. And the man's rap sheet is
And they're being investigated by the FBI for Medicaid fraud and
I found that. I have
yeah,
found all of that
and
because and
I
that's what
think
I
that
want.
it's going to come more. I think it's going to come back to the opioid epidemic and stuff
It
too.
is.
Like the deeper we
Thank you,
dig,
ma'am.
the more it's like uncovering that this is all being one giant.
One big ring. We're going to
Yeah.
bring in these opioids to the Appalachians. We're going to get these young girls and people hooked. Then we're going to get them
Yes.
into the system and keep them there and have our way with them. And then we're
Yes.
going to stick them into drug rehab facilities that we
And make the
run.
government pay us for it.
Exactly. And that's what's going to come
Jesus.
out. Because
Yeah.
Michael Clark, this man with this seriously long rap sheet, who was pardoned by the governor of Kentucky, then set up shop in Letcher County, made a church. Y'all come hang out
He's
with me.
being
God is
investigated in the
good.
state of Tennessee too for the same thing.
Really.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got to doing some research, Dolphin, and I found where he absolutely ARC was being investigated by the FBI. And
There's a
so
page, a FBI page you can go and put
yes,
your personal experiences in on.
yes,
Oh,
they were
wow.
asking for people that had
Mhm.
any experiences with the program, with the facilities to you could come in and talk about it. Let me see what I did with
You
it.
can find links to that on my YouTube.
Oh, you're on YouTube also?
Yes, I
Yes.
have a YouTube
Now,
channel. It's called Apple Dream or Appalachian Dreamers. And we also
Okay.
have a TikTok.
my mods should have the link in our Discord, in my mod Discord channel. That link for the YouTube should be there. And guys, I
Yeah.
do encourage you to go over and sub up to her YouTube because she is trying to get her watch hours up and build the time up over there as well.
Yeah. We want to build a platform for the other victims. Like our big goal is to have a podcast for the other victims to be able to share their stories like openly and safely.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully it can help us support Lexi's place.
Now,
That's
Lexi's
a good
place is
idea.
Lexi's place. Tell us about that because I really wanted to make sure we got that information out there because I
Okay.
think what you're trying to do is amazing. And I was literally laying in my bed last night after listening to you the video or the interview you did thinking, how can we help them? Do I send some bedding or do they need dishes? What I don't know
Stuff
where to
like that
start.
is, yes, that's exactly the kind of things that we need. We are collecting donations of any kind. We'll be using just as many reclaimed materials and stuff as possible, I'm sure. But the goal is to give a little piece of land and the building materials and volunteers to build homes for these people, for these
Yeah,
women, the victims of Letcher County, and then supply them with the other resources that the community should have been supplying all along.
exactly.
Helping them to find attorneys and social workers to work with them who are there for their benefit and the children's benefit, not the state's.
Right. Because
We
it's
want to work with we already have like a big group of volunteers, of victims advocates, of parents advocates, of people in peer support. Like we've got a big network that
mhm,
we're just adding to daily. Um, like we've got a good vision for it, but we want to give them something that nobody can ever take away.
right.
Um, and
People
we
don't
want to be
realize.
completely self-sufficient. We don't want to take government funding and
Right.
follow government rules. We
Right.
want to do this completely separate.
Right.
So we're
Because
working on making it official and getting everything legalized and stuff for it to be NGO. And so it's in process. It's unfolding quickly, faster than I could have imagined. Really,
Oh, that's
like
good.
it's
yeah,
really taken off, and there's a lot of people interested in helping because they know the need for it is so great.
yeah,
Especially when you factor in the addiction and the domestic violence, and then you've got the flooding and the other weather
Yeah,
problems that we've had here lately. That our people are hurting. They're
yeah.
struggling,
And when there's no
and
resources from the community to help step in and to help, what do? You take care of each other.
right,
And it sounds
right,
like you women have had to do that for a long, 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 long
for a
time.
long time.
Take
Yeah,
care of each other. And I think the efforts there are really good. And if you can get a big volunteer base like that to try to come in and help, even with counseling and different things that would maybe needed, because it sounds like there's a lot more girls and they're not all comfortable with coming out and talking as openly as you do, and I
yeah,
appreciate that with you. Some of us are a little more open and honest and are comfortable doing so, and if we can create a safe place where they feel they don't have to, they can do like
they
I
don't
do. They
even
have to
have
show
to
their
show their
face
face or their
or
name.
tell you
Yeah,
their name, right?
yeah,
Like I said, you know my real name because I messaged you on my Facebook, but I told
yeah,
her straight up, I go by Salty. I don't have a problem my
yeah,
name being out there, but my face is not there for a reason. It's just
yeah.
it's anonymous, and I don't want weirdos on the internet to try to track me down. 'Cause I got kids in this house.
Absolutely.
I'll hurt you,
And they will. And they will.
and
Yeah.
they
Like
will.
they
Mm.
will use social services to retaliate. And all it takes is somebody calling in a complaint. They don't have to prove anything. And then they'll trick you into signing your kids and your life away
So
and
going with that
suction
said,
you into their system, make you go to their classes and stuff for that and show up to court
right,
dates, pay them court costs and fees to prove that you're a decent parent
a decent parent.
when
I think
they didn't
people
even have to prove the complaint against you,
exactly.
or their complaint against you isn't even valid. Like
Right. Well,
it's
you're a
mind
nobody. No
blowing.
one's going to listen to your voice
Yeah,
anyway. And I
and they
think that
take these kids from these women here and give them to our abusers.
exactly.
What?
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
like, what are we supposed to do? Just sit here and stay
No,
silent and let them continue
because
over my dead body?
when they take
No,
the kids away from a mother, they give them to the good
to the
home that
men
you
who are
found.
beating and raping
Yeah.
and
The
yeah,
family with a little bit of money, that secure family over there, the
or
doctor and the
whoever has
wife.
a connection in the courthouse, whoever
Right.
works with one of the boys.
And then they end up probably grooming that little girl or child,
Yes.
but I think people also need to realize when you're from an area that is already suffering economically, right? And you have
Hmm.
young young people, period, and you got young girls who aren't used to having a lot of things, and you got this one person now all of a sudden who's showing you a little of attention, and they
Hmm.
like you and they're nice to you and they give you a little money, or like you were saying, take you shopping or buy you a phone or a pair of pants. All of a sudden, you don't even realize you're starting to be groomed because
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
that
young.
sounds like low-key trafficking.
it
It
is.
it is. And from what Taya
Jesus.
explained, they even had it wasn't just going on in the courthouse and the judge's chamber. It's going
No.
on all over town in the
Yeah.
cars, and they had houses set up around town with what sex swings and stuff like that, or
Mirrored ceilings. Yeah, a
have
bidet in the middle of the room.
mirrored
Mhm.
ceilings. Now, who,
Yeah.
boys, come on down here
Like
to
all
house him.
decked out in red and black leather.
Wow, like a
Yeah, looking
real
like a 50 Shades of Grey room. I mean, it was a pretty cool room, but I was really young whenever I first saw that. It
right.
Mhm.
was before I knew about any of that stuff. And we
So if
had
it was
went
there
to
when you were
clean
young,
it. My sister went over to clean this certain apartment. It's the first time I
uh,
ever seen one, and I won't ever forget. We walked in there, and she was like, "Go to the car."
mm,
She made me and my nephew go sit in the car, and we would always like go with her to work and like help her and hang out and just be there.
right.
It was
Mhm.
just her. She was raising us and was a single mom and doing the best she could. So she takes us with her to clean this house, and we walk in, and it was that, and she was like, to the car. So she finished the job and stuff, but then
Right.
like she never took us back with her. Whenever I don't know if she ever went back and cleaned for them again or not. I have no
I'd like
idea,
to see
but
who owns some of those properties.
but that's not the only one. There are others, and
Yeah,
like I
there's
saw
others.
other places like as an adult as I grew up, but that was
Right.
the first time I ever seen one.
So then it just kind of well, so once you're in it though, and then they get you when, like you said, once you become an adult, a legal adult, then they can start getting you on things like the small things. Oh, we
Hmm.
caught you with an open container, or you were smoking a joint at the park, or
Yeah,
whatever the case may be,
yeah.
and they can get you in. And like you were
Somebody had
saying,
taken a warrant for me for theft by deception. Was my first charge, like my first real charge.
mm-hmm,
And what had happened is that I was with some guy at his house up on a mountain, and he got a little bit too drunk and just a little too clumsy and sloppy. And I took his phone, and I walked off the hill and I called my ex-husband to come get me, and I left the guy's phone in his mailbox. So got with my ex-husband and he took me home. And the next day the cops showed up and said that he come and took a warrant, and they wanted to know where his phone and wallet and stuff was. And I was like, well, his phone and stuff is in his mailbox. Like, I don't know. But they put me on pretrial diversion on that. And instead of just sending me up to take the felony or something, like they had us scared to death of having a felony on my record, and it was just a trick. The pretrial diversion just keeps you. You sign your rights away. They can come in at any time without a warrant. They can drug test you at any time. They don't need a court order to do it. If the judge says do it, or the pretrial officer says do it, jump through these hoops, you have to do it. And you've not even been convicted of a crime at that point. And that lasted for years. They sent me to a year long in rehab, 17 days in detox, and then I did more jail time on top of it after all that, after I did the rehab aftercare and stuff.
Right.
Whenever I came back. And that was back, I was about 20, from the ages of 21 to 23. So, but that pretrial diversion stretched out for about 6 years. Before I finally got off the probation period for that.
Is that
I
legal?
finally got through it. And I think I ended up, I can't even, I'm not sure. I haven't seen my record in a long time. And I can't remember if this is the one that they ended up just giving me the felony on at the end of it, or if that's the one that I finished out. But either way, like, I finished it out, went to my last court date and stuff and got released. And then a week later, I was trying to set up an apartment and stuff in Somerset with a friend so that I could take my twins and leave the home that we were in. We were in a really bad home. My ex-father-in-law was a rapist. He would break in my house. He raped me in my bathroom. He raped me on top of my kid's bed. We would be riding to church and he would have his hand trying to run it up my skirt and stuff, and me kicking and pushing and telling my husband getting off me the whole time, like, it was disgusting. So whenever I finally finished out that probation period for that pretrial diversion, I was like, I can leave now. Like, there's nothing here holding me. So I started setting things up and making arrangements to do so. And I got to Somerset. I left at night. It was already dark when I left Whitesburg. It's about a 3-hour drive. I was only there for about 30 minutes, went out to get cigarettes, and the cops pulled in around me and said I had a warrant for child support. And they arrested me and brought me back to Letcher County, and that's where my nightmares, like, began.
Oh, God.
They took my kids, they left them with that family, which their dad is good and their aunt. But at the time, that man was still alive, and he didn't die until after I had been in jail for a few months. And I was so grateful that he was out of the picture and I didn't have to worry about him touching my babies,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I still don't get visitation with those kids. Like, I saw them a little bit whenever I first got out of prison. I thought things were going well, and then they just kind of cut them out of my life again, cut me out again. So I don't know
How
what's
old
going
were you
on.
when you first were separated from your kids? How many kids do you
The
have?
twins, they took Sadie when she was born. They took Sadie from the hospital. They didn't let me take her home.
And she was your first?
She was my second.
Okay.
I was on Suboxone, court ordered. And then whenever it was about 2 weeks before the doctor closed, or before I gave birth, and the clinic I had been going to closed. So I was in between clinics, but I'd had a valid prescription all the way up until that point. I still had a valid prescription for the rest of the month. But the social worker came in and she said no, that the baby had Suboxone in her system. And, it wasn't even Suboxone, it was Subutex. But said that she had Subutex in her system and that I couldn't leave the hospital with her. So we had her grandparents adopted her.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to be open adoption because we all lived in the same house. It was just like a duplex, like a really big house. And we thought it was going to be a solution just to get social services out of our butts or whatever, but it wasn't. It was a trick. We came home from work one day and our bags of clothes and stuff were sitting in the driveway and the locks were changed. And then from that point on, every time I tried to go up and visit her or reach out or do something, he would have me arrested. He would call the cops and say I was trespassing, disorderly conduct, PI, you name it. The cops would be there every time I tried to go on that hill and see my child.
Yeah, it sounds like they would, they had once you're in
And
their
that
space,
went on for
they
years. So
continue.
we
Right.
moved into a house across the street so that we could just like watch from a distance,
Yeah.
and watch our kids grow up. And we did that for a while until we finally split. Me and her dad finally split up. And then I got with the twins' dad, and I got sober. We got pregnant with the twins. We were doing pretty good. And then his stepdad was the biggest pervert that I've ever been around. And I kept telling him and asking him to have you do something. Like he makes me uncomfortable. Every time he walks by me, he grabs my ass or he rubs his body against me or something, just something gross, or he's
Mm-hmm.
saying something to me, saying something inappropriate. And he was like, I'll talk to him. But nothing ever happened. And then it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So social services comes in again. We were at the hospital, had been at the ER all night long with the twins, me and the dad and both the babies, and they had been running high fevers all night. And they had us stay over to go and see the clinic when it opened the next morning. So I was over there with Maya, with one of my twins, and I had, like, she was in a car seat, she was buckled in, and my feet, I had kicked off my flip flops and tucked my feet in down on either side of her hips, like, so that I could rock her seat with my feet, and so that I could, like, just relax and, like, close my eyes a little bit and rest. Well, social services comes in and says no, that I'm sitting there nodded out, passed out, and that it's dangerous for my kids to be with me. And I'm like, my husband is in the car. Like, what? We have been here all night long, all night, sitting here at this emergency room and doctor's office. Like, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
And at this point, I didn't have a prescription anymore for the Suboxone because, like, I mean, it was over. Like, I wasn't pregnant anymore, like, and was working on like cleaning up and everything. Well, they used the Suboxone yet again to remove my kids from me. So I was like, okay, I'm fighting it this time because I know I got my shit together. I know I'm sober. I know I'm doing the right things. Like, we are not letting this one die because they took the
Mm-hmm.
babies and they give them to that man and his wife, to my in-laws.
Oh.
And we fought them. We fought them in court. Every single time they said I'd fail a drug test and I would have to have it labbed to prove that I did not.
Yeah,
And I
because
was
all you gotta
taking my
take.
own backup drug test. I was going down to Kentucky drug testing and having him like give me like let me make sure,
Right, 'cause
like let's get a backup
otherwise you
test
gotta
because
take
every
their
time
word
they're
for
saying
it.
I'm failing these tests and I knew better. I knew I wasn't failing them.
Right. It
Like I was doing the right things. I was trying to get my kids back away from that fucking monster.
yeah.
Yeah.
And and I did. Finally, Kevin was like, "Y'all have took this too far." He said this in court. Kevin Mullins himself. Like, that's the one decent thing that man did for me, is
Right.
he told social services off. He told that woman that she had been pushing too hard and taking it too far. The harassment was so blatant, and he said, and he called and reported it himself to Frankfurt. The ombudsman contacted me and interviewed me about the social workers and stuff and said that they were opening an investigation, but nothing ever got done about it. Nothing else was ever said. Nobody ever called me back.
That sounds like Mullins throwing out smoke and mirrors a little bit
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because he's over here running
But
this.
he's the one that signed the order to remove my kids
Right.
and
Um,
give them to that man to start with.
because he's been propped up by the state of
Now he
Kentucky.
feels bad. Like, what?
Examine, because
Yeah.
there's an article here called "Examining Kentucky's Pilot Program to Treat Nonviolent Offenders with Behavioral Health Issues." Now, this one is a program started by Kevin Mullins, and it was back in 2023. Tennessee State University Center for Rural Health Research, housed in the College of Public Health, invited Mullins to speak about the program. Kentucky State Bill 90 created a pilot program to divert some qualifying low-level offenders from jail into treatment for substance use disorder or mental health issues. So, and then I've seen videos of him sitting by a lake interviewing. Well, there's a girl with him, and she was one of his big graduates from his drug program. And so it sounds like he'll throw you guys a bone, but then take it back. Do enough to make myself look good and keep this, So it's because it's a lot going on there. It sounds like. The
Yes, very much so.
in a small town, they all know everybody knows everybody, and the
Yeah.
ones who run the town know everybody. They all know each other. They all know what each other's doing, or like you were saying, even back to the going to the jail situation, many people at the jail knew what was going on inside the jail, apparently.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
And a lot of the people that we could see in the video where Mickey shot the judge, they all knew. I don't know what all they knew. I mean, it is hard to determine what level people knew what was happening, and that they just. It sounds like Angie Fields may have known things were going on, and what was
yeah.
her. What was that lady's angle? Like she just didn't care. Her husband was getting it on with the town's
I
women.
mean, she's been known to beat up some of these girls that her husband's got caught fooling with in the jail.
So, oh Lord, we got one of them kind. Don't beat his ass, but
Jesus.
don't beat hers instead. I
Yeah.
can't stand that. I'm,
Yes,
I'm gonna beat him.
yes. Inmates, her regard, inmates
Wow.
who are being raped by her husband.
And
They've been beaten up by her.
and I think she was sitting in the judge's chambers that morning. If
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken, she was the blonde.
I think so. Um,
I know Elizabeth knows all the people in the video. She can point to them and tell you who
yeah,
they are. I think Michael Clark was there, right? At
yeah.
one,
Michael Clark was there, and then there was a couple other people that I didn't recognize. It's
yeah.
been a long time since I've been around the courthouse, so I don't
Yeah,
know
and it's been a
everybody
minute
these
since I
days.
reviewed what Elizabeth had said about them, because I know that she knew who they were. It took her a minute to figure out one of them, but she had honed in pretty early on about the preacher guy there,
Yeah.
and then I began to learn about who he was.
Speaking of the preacher guy and ARC, you know there's the other founders of the ARC program. One of them was convicted of fraud in Illinois, I think it was
Wow, I think
previously
so. I wonder.
before he ran the ARC program before he started. It's like they chose
Right,
these people
I'm
on
gonna have to look
purpose.
in. I wonder when Michael Clark got involved with ARC, and when they came to town to set up shop, and
Well, it
when.
says that he had his pardon in 2019. But I remember him being at the jail and asking, like, pulling the men out to see if they wanted to, like, go to a rehab program and stuff whenever I first came in before I got shipped to prison. I was already in prison in 2019. So the dates aren't matching. I don't know what the deal is with that yet, but there's something off about it.
Let me
I'm
pull up.
looking into it
Yeah, there's
because we're talking like 2016, 17.
okay, let
The
me
first
pull.
time I ever met Michael Clark, and it was in that jail, and he was working with Kevin,
Right.
going up and down talking to Kevin and coming down and talking to inmates. Because I asked him, I said, "Can I go?" And like, I want to go to treatment, and he was like, "Well, we're not doing women in Letcher County yet, but I'll let you know just as soon as we do."
Because with a guy with a rap sheet like this, I can't 100% trust him, right?
Mm-mm.
So I don't know when the idea came about to start trading favors to help women, right? Was it
This has
just
been going on for decades. That has
decades?
been going on for decades.
And
It
then
was
it
before
sounds
Kevin.
like
Kevin didn't start that. That he stepped
right.
into a role. Yeah.
He exactly stepped into a role that was already being held by someone else. And then so
Mhm.
when Art comes to town, he just happens to find the perfect people. I don't know if this rehabilitation stuff was tied to the drug movement. You know what I mean? Like bringing in the drugs, getting people hooked, and then because they absolutely do it. If we think they
And
don't,
then
we're
the
crazy.
Suboxone.
And
Yeah,
then
the
then you
Suboxone. They're
get
using the Suboxone the same way to
exactly.
like keep people locked in.
We had that
When
here. I mean, I
are
didn't
you
even know
aware
what
of
that stuff.
Ibogaine
What is
and
it?
what it can do
No.
What?
and other
Uh-uh.
psychedelics for addiction?
Mm-mm.
Back at whenever the war on drugs started, they lumped Ibogaine in with the other psychedelics and made it seem like it was like this dangerous drug or something. But the properties of Ibogaine cure addiction. One
Okay, so
treatment can do it.
I don't know how Suboxone
Minimal treatments. It's
works.
like 1 to 3 treatments, I think. I'm not sure
Yeah,
exactly. I need to get some content put together and more facts, get my facts better and make an
yeah.
actual presentation on this because they're asking for funding for that for Kentucky right now. Like they're working on trying to get Ibogaine brought here to our region and get it legalized for medical use so that some of these people can break free.
Well, because Big
Hmm.
Pharma stepped in. Okay, we got you hooked on these opioids. Now we're going to save you with our Suboxone.
Yep.
So then Suboxone clinics are popping up everywhere. So I don't was it when you take Suboxone or use Suboxone, and I guess if you use opioids and it makes you really sick.
Yeah, it fills the receptors in the brain, and it also has an opioid blocker.
Mhm.
So it feels the need for like it takes removes away the like the cravings and things like that,
Cravings.
and takes away the withdrawal pains and stuff because it's filling up those receptors. But the naloxone in it, like if you try to do an opiate on top of it, it will just make you sick. It will put you into
Oh,
instant
okay.
withdrawal. So it is helpful. It does have its
Right.
place, but it is not meant to be something that is a lifelong medication.
For
That's meant
long
to be
term.
something that gets you off of the drugs.
That was always my understanding, is it was like a
Yeah,
short term while you're weaning or
it's not safe for the
coming off the
body. It
Right.
Yeah, it will collapse your veins. It will clog up your kidneys and stuff. It could put you in renal failure. It'll cause
So
liver failure. It causes very serious effects on the body.
so people who seek out Suboxone on the street, like the one girl you were talking about, they just
Like it
wouldn't
can
leave.
save your life.
Right. So if you're like, because I did know somebody who used to take Suboxone, but
Yeah,
I found out people would just want it. And I'm like, why would they just
because
want
it's
it?
more
And
addictive than the drug.
is it more addictive?
Physically. The
Okay.
withdrawal symptoms last longer. It takes longer to get out of you because it actually embeds itself in your bone marrow.
Hmm.
So, like me to this day, and it's been years and years and years since I was on it, I still have like withdrawal pains in my legs and stuff sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Like they will jerk and like draw up like
Yeah.
in the throes of opiate withdrawal.
I
And
wonder
it'll just
if
hit like out of the blue, and it's because it's in my bone marrow. Like
I
I
wonder
will
who ran
probably
the
never get it
Suboxone
completely out of me.
clinics around there.
Yeah. And they're on every corner.
Really? Do they
Yeah.
have so here in Florida, unfortunately, two brothers out of Miami started the pill mills in America. There's a
Hmm.
whole ass documentary on these two brothers, okay?
Yeah.
We had a
We
huge
used to go to
problem.
the doctor down there a lot.
Did you? Well,
Hmm.
up until a few weeks ago, you still could. We just busted another one
Oh,
right here, not yeah, right down the street. But
yeah.
they're all three in jail right now. But so these pill mills, or out. So I wonder who owns these Suboxone clinics, and if anybody, if they tied to ARC in any kind of way. I don't know that part yet. You know what I
I
mean?
am wondering that myself because somebody sent me something the other day, and it had the three directors or the three people who were over ARC. It was Michael. I'll have to send you the names. I don't know. It's Michael Clark, that Brandon Parsons, I think, the one that was convicted of fraud. Um, and then there's a couple others, but they said you need to look at the money because this all comes back to ARC, every bit of it.
Yeah,
And um, and it makes sense. It makes the most sense. Like what better way to keep your operation running
it,
than to
it
keep
makes
people addicted? And then we
exactly.
have other people have documented where they will send people out to relapse you on purpose and to screw you up and derail you so that they can pull you back into it.
Well, that don't surprise me that they would go to the to do that. It honestly
Yeah.
doesn't. This is
Like
the
think about all the effort they put in to pump the opiates in here. You think they're really going to let it go that easy?
Oh yeah, because it definitely was a pump.
And I
Most
really think
definitely.
that I don't know if I can say this or not, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think that a lot of the meth and fentanyl and stuff is coming directly from the feds.
It could be.
That's just my
I mean,
personal
that's been a
opinion.
thought for a long time from a lot of people.
Yeah,
Honestly,
just my personal opinion.
yeah,
Yeah.
but absolutely a few years, but not a few years back. It's been a long time. I've watched the documentaries about the amount of addiction in the Appalachians, and you
Hmm.
had to wonder why. What's
Hmm.
different about the Appalachians compared to the rest of the country? Why is it so prevalent there? Well, we got easy targets here. We'll just keep funneling.
Yeah.
Was that way in Florida. Like I said, we just shut another pill mill down the other day, and I was kind of surprised because I thought we were done with that now. But this is the website the FBI had, seeking information in the addiction recovery care investigation. The FBI's
Hmm.
Louisville division is seeking information in the healthcare fraud investigation of Addiction Recovery Care, LLC, also known as ARC. ARC is a substance abuse treatment provider headquartered in Louisville, or in Louisa, Kentucky, with residential and outpatient treatment facilities across Kentucky. No criminal charges have been brought against ARC at this time. I wonder, did Clark run just what was there in Letcher County, or did he have a hand in all of the ARCs around the state?
He had a hand in arcs all around the state. Like I said, there was formal complaints filed against him in Whitley County. I think I know that I've got a lot of messages from people
Right.
in
Oh,
other
I can
counties that's
imagine.
had to deal with him personally, his
Right.
personal victims. Yeah.
Says if you believe you were victimized by ARC or have information relevant to this investigation, please fill out this form. The FBI is legally mandated to identify victims of federal crimes it investigates. Victims may be eligible for certain services, restitution. I wonder how many people have filled out this list.
The last I heard, it was like over 600, but I don't know
Really?
Oh,
where they got
wow.
that number. I think Liz is the one that said that, or maybe it was Tabia's. One of them, one of those
Right.
shows, they had said that it was over 600 complaints filed so far with the FBI or on the FBI webpage
Wow, there's like a whole
and
list of
counting.
questions they have for them. So yeah, I'd be interested to know too how many formal complaints were filed against them and how many people reached out to this particular website and
Hmm.
filled out that particular form. And there was another legal document I know I ran across yesterday. I have to find it to look at it because I'm going to do a little more digging into that aspect of it because I have a gut feeling there's just something more than a town full of dirty old men.
It is. It is. I agree. That's like that. And then the more you dig, the more apparent and obvious it is. Like it's just going to start.
So we were hearing, I have not read it yet, but I was sent a copy of the motion to dismiss,
Uh-huh.
um, and got that has the grand jury testimony embedded in it. I haven't even had a chance to really look into that. So we're hearing in reports though that Mickey may have reached out to KSP, Kentucky State Police, about opening an investigation.
That's what it says.
That's what I
Said that he
thought.
was denied, and I believe that. There's also like this is just a rumor that somebody come in and took Kevin off the bench a little while before like the murder happened or a few days before, and he was gone for a few days and then came back and took his seat back like nothing had ever happened and nobody ever said nothing about it. And it was supposedly the feds, but who knows if that's even real. Um,
Right.
it was a
Well,
pretty reliable source that said so,
if it's
but
the feds
you
were
never
already.
can tell when it comes to this though, like who's giving you the right kind of information and who's trying to, derail or discredit you or get
Right,
you looking down the
because
wrong track.
well, if the feds had
Yeah.
opened it, say, like when Ben Fields was being investigated, and the
Yeah, that's what
civil
I
suit
was
was
the
happening.
other one I was going to mention was
Yeah.
Sabrina's in hers and in Jennifer's depositions. It names Kevin that they saw him doing this to an inmate.
Yes, Serena says that she saw video footage also
Yeah,
of Judge Mullins having sex. That was her
with
exact
other women. That
Yes,
video footage still exists.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I I don't know where it's at, but I've heard it exists.
it
Um,
definitely does.
she because we went over her testimony here in her deposition, um, and listened to a was it a video taped something or another with her anyway. But yes, she definitely said that where she was the one, having a relationship with Ben Fields, and then she saw videos of Mullins having sex with other girls, and that was the first time I'd
Yeah.
heard anybody mention Mullins directly like that
Um,
until I started hearing you talk, and I know there's other girls out there as well.
yeah.
But like I said, I've not heard anybody directly point a finger at Mickey Steins that yes, he was doing it, or had a,
No.
it seems like
I mean, I'm sure he wasn't perfect. I'm sure that
exactly.
he's done a few dirty things in his life,
I'm sure.
but that's not the same thing.
I wonder too, though,
You
if
know,
you look at Mickey and it's just
I'm
hard
gonna
to
have to go
gauge
inside.
somebody.
Sorry, a train is coming. Let
You're
me
fine.
get in here. They're
Okay,
working on the railroad track or something over there.
you're
Sorry.
good.
Okay.
I'm in the country. My window's open, and if you hear a loud truck roll by, I don't have time to jump up and shut the window. You'll have to deal with it.
Yeah, the track goes right directly. It sounds like it's coming through the living room.
Oh yeah. Um,
So
I, I wondered, how these links are all going to intertwine with each other and go back and tie into Mullins. Like, so if so when the investigation was opened into Ben Fields, and now there's a lawsuit against the Letcher County Sheriff's Department. If the
Hmm.
feds ever looked at it and started investigating, nobody would know. Kind of like
Okay,
an
I have a question for
go
you. I
ahead.
don't know if you can answer this or not, but why was that not considered PREA? And why was the other people responsible for the oversight of jail and jail employees and inmates and the safety and well-being of the inmates never named in a PREA lawsuit or anything?
That's a good question because I don't know. If that
Because you go
how
to a prison and try to pull that shit, everybody's getting charged that knew about it.
right. Well, maybe because nobody's formally filed a complaint against the sheriff's department for their treatment while within the jail. So Sabrina's is all based on what happened with Ben Fields, right?
Yeah,
And
but it was they. She's still an inmate. He was a jail
right.
employee, a jail deputy.
I don't know why her attorneys haven't
She's a
filed
prisoner
more.
regardless, even with her ankle monitor. If she's a prisoner in her own home, she's still a state inmate. She's still a
Right.
state prisoner.
There's a lot of bizarre things that don't make any sense with what's going on and how they conduct business in Letcher County. And I
Yeah,
think and you can't conduct it. A conspiracy can't be a conspiracy with one person at the helm. You got to
no.
have a bunch of people in there with you to run it and make it run smooth, right? And
Hmm.
keep it going. And of course, they're not going to tell on each other, but it makes you wonder the day that Mickey did that, how many people were sitting at home that night drinking a shot of whiskey going, oh shit, you know,
Right.
are we going to be able to
Yeah.
keep this town
That was
quiet?
my first thought was, oh my God, they see us. They're going to see us now. Like they can't look away anymore.
No,
So if
exactly.
I'm thinking that and filled with hope for the future, then you can imagine what the perpetrators are feeling seeing that. They're
Exactly.
terrified, I'm sure.
They
Yeah.
should be, and they should
And they
be.
should be.
They damn well
Hmm.
should be, and I think that, women like you have every right to come out and say what has happened to them, and you're very strong for coming out and publicly doing this because it's got to be hard, because you're putting your life out
Yeah.
there. You're talking about things that aren't pleasant, and everybody makes mistakes. No one's perfect, and I think that gets missed a lot of times, and
Yeah.
especially with victims and the victim shaming and blaming and all the things that happen. But well, you got young girls in a whole town of dirty old people who just don't care.
Yes.
They're grooming and grooming and grooming. And let's just keep this going. And then you bring in this big Kevin Mullins drug rehab. Look at me helping all these young girls in my town get off these drugs. Let me parade a few in front of you to tell you how great I am. We watched a
Yeah.
video on that here a long time ago. You know, I was looking at the article again last night, and it just made me think, well, here he is pushing his big drug program. And then you got the Michael guy, Clark, over here running the ARC with this big long rap sheet. And I'm thinking, bailiffs doing what with the ankle monitors and the jail employee? They were all in on it.
Yeah.
And it's,
Yeah. In their own little respective little bubbles. Like they were each doing their own dirty deeds.
well, that little girl, I
And
call
it
her,
didn't stop right there in the courtse in the jail either. Like it extends
no.
on out to the other
And the,
businesses, to the hospital, to banks, to other lawyers. It's so
what surprises me
deeply
is how,
ingrained.
right. And that kind of surprises me a little bit that not one person ever stopped and said, you know what, wait a minute. But are you going to be that person? No, if it's your uh-oh, we just dropped her, she'll come back. If it's
Okay.
your husband and you're afraid of him, are you gonna say anything, right? He might hurt me later if I say anything. I don't know what would prompt a whole town to be aware and not ever say anything unless they were all enjoying the benefits. I don't know. Let's
Let me
see.
also mention that it wasn't just about the sex either. Like there is just as many, if not more, women who have told him no or have chosen to not take part in their stuff who were also punished for saying no. We don't
Right.
have choices.
You didn't have a
They
choice.
present you with a choice,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter which one you choose because they're still going to screw you in the end.
Right, because if you don't agree to go do what they're asking you to do and you just go home, you could go home and tell somebody.
You could go home and your kids might not be there,
That's
you know?
true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
So, like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
and I
And
think
we've
also
had enough. We're fed up. We don't want our
right.
kids to grow up here like this. We
Well,
want
they
these people.
targeted you guys for a reason.
Yeah.
You were targeted
Yeah.
for reasons. If you had been the soccer
Absolutely.
mom, you couldn't have been targeted, right? It's
Yeah.
kinda like, Rex Sherman over there only picking sex workers because he thought nobody would give a shit. So I think the town there, they think no one's gonna give a shit about these young girls. They're hard up for money. They're on drugs. They wasted their life kinda thing, and they don't care, and that's
Yeah.
ridiculous that it even was going on to start with and that it's been allowed to go on as long as it has.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's gonna happen with Mickey's case as far as his emotional disturbance, defense. I don't really know how if he was more mad and like, "I'm done with this, judge, and I'm taking you out," or if he did have a break and just snapped.
What did you see that in that new paperwork and stuff that was leaked? How it said that Daniel Dotson had threatened him and told him to bring him his money
Bring
and to
me
go
some
kill
money.
himself because if not, they were going to kill his wife and kid.
And so and who is he again to the case?
He's another attorney in town. And he was also the guy that's presided over family court and did the divorces and things like that.
So, yes,
So
it's in the
the lives of our
document.
children were in this man's hand. There's a lot of y'all go check out Letcher County Tea on TikTok. It's
Okay.
a faceless account. We don't know who's created it,
Is
but
that that new
they've
account?
got some good information they're putting up.
Yeah, that's that new account that the AI
Yeah,
talk
that's the new one. And they've
I
got a
was
lot of
listening
personal pictures and stuff on there.
uh,
So I don't
Elizabeth
know
did
who
a
it is, but
right. I saw it on Elizabeth's channel last night. She
yeah.
came on a live, and I was like, "Okay," so I listened to this, and I turned it
Yeah.
on, and that's
And
she was talking about that.
yeah. Yeah. And that'll explain kind of who some of these people are a little bit better.
So this guy she's talking about in the new document that came down, is it the brief in motion to support? Let's see. I think I have it twice saved. Yeah. So this gentleman she was talking about just now apparently told Mickey Steins, because we all heard the rumors about he's, concerned about his wife and daughter. Mickey was saying after his arrest, my wife and daughter, are they okay? I need. It's speculating that Mickey was saying that they were being kidnapped. So this particular individual tells Mickey, what did he tell him again? I'm going to try to find that document. Let's see. To bring him some
That's
money.
right.
What did he want Mickey to bring him money for? I was confused about that. Let me try to find it. Oh, you're coming in and out, hun.
Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. Are we
Okay,
there?
you're back. You're back.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Lost service for a second. So I missed the last thing you said. I'm sorry.
So what did he exactly say to Mickey? Again, bring him money, but what was the money supposedly for?
I don't know. I don't know. Somebody else. If you watch that Hillbilly Crime episode from a couple of days ago, it's got more details in it, and like, she's got um, more about it.
Yeah, I will.
It
I'll do
says,
that.
but then also there was an episode on Tabias with he was showing interview with Jeremy Bartley with Mickey's lawyer, with his defense attorney.
Yeah.
And he was talking about like how the leading up to that, whenever he went to go deliver those meals with Michael Clark, how there was an incident that happened then and stuff as well, and that would all
Okay.
come out.
So now that you said that,
Yeah.
before the shooting, that's what Mickey was allegedly doing, right? He and Michael Clark were going around giving out
To deliver the meals on
meals.
wheels or something. But the thing is that they usually did like
Right.
40 meals, they said. But that morning they only did
Mhm.
2. And according to the defense attorney, somebody tried to isolate Mickey or something during that time period. And that's why they came back instead of like continuing with their
And then
with their
wasn't
thing.
there something that kind of makes sense. I think they were on to
Mhm.
Mickey. That
Mhm.
Mickey was breaking down because they go to
Yep.
lunch and there was apparently some things said at lunch.
They were trying to put the
And
pressure on him, I think, to
yeah, and then because the one lady from the lunch had her phone taken because she had texted something, and then after the lunch, they all go back to the courthouse, and that's when everything happened.
yeah.
It says here in this document that this is the same doctor referenced in the grand jury transcript. Follow-up notes from the mental health evaluator indicate that his condition improved after administration of the medications Risperdal and Seroquel.
Mhm.
Seroquel, wow, really?
Yeah.
That's super antipsychotic shit right there. Um,
It's it's classified as an antipsychotic. They give that to every inmate, pretty much. Like,
they
if you want
shouldn't.
it, you can get it to help you sleep and stuff,
Yeah, but
help you with your
that's a
mood
dangerous.
stabilizing. Yeah, but
Yeah, I
they
know it.
hand it out like, yeah,
Yeah, there
that
was also a
and
big ass lawsuit against Seroquel. I know somebody who
is
was
there?
in on the lawsuit. I know they tried to stick me on that mess when my daughter died, and I listened to them and I took it and
It was
I threw
awful.
it back at that lady. I remember
Yeah,
throwing the bottle across the desk at her and said, "No, ma'am, you take it." And
yeah.
I got up and
I
walked
don't
out. "No,
I don't
ma'am."
like it.
Whatever the hell
But
that
I
was
did
you
take it
gave
while
me.
I was in prison, like, because you take a big
Well,
heavy
yeah,
dose at bedtime, it helps you to
yeah, to get
black
to
out the
sleep.
world for some hours, you
Well, I
know?
could imagine, but I
Yeah.
got up I remember I took it one night, and I got up to go get a drink from the fridge, and I almost couldn't get back to my bed. And I had a child in there. I was like, "Oh, hell no, this is not working."
Yeah, it's super strong.
Yeah, it is.
Um,
Super antipsychotic too.
yeah.
Um, and if you don't
I'm not
really
familiar
need
with that other one though, that Risperdal. What is it?
Risperdal, I've heard of it. I don't
I've
remember
heard the
exact.
name, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I've never taken it, so
So
I
I
don't
think
know.
that they gave him this once he got into the jail, right?
Yeah, that's what that. Well, at least that's what I saw on Facebook on that one
Yeah.
report.
It was here.
I think it was the LEX 18 report or something.
They conducted examinations September 20th, 2024 and September 23rd of 2024, and those evals included observations of active psychosis.
Yeah.
Um, it, I guess being threatened
Okay.
and having your family threatened could put you into psychosis.
Well, I mean, would you not still feel like you were in psychosis though? I mean, they act like he should
Yeah.
just be like, bam, back to normal.
Yeah, no, they don't work like that.
I mean, when his whole life is in the balance and he's just killed a monster and nobody understands what's going on, and then everybody understands what's going on at the same time. And I mean, how would that make you feel? You would be about
Yeah, and we
in a
saw when
psychosis
after
from
Mickey was
that.
arrested, he was being read his Miranda rights, and he acted like he didn't even know what those were. And
Yeah,
then he was sitting there telling the guys, "Treat me fairly, boys. Treat me
yeah, because he was
fairly."
scared of them.
Yeah.
He knew. He
Are you
knows what
taking
those cops are capable of.
right? And he knew that he wasn't when they told him that you're not going to the Letcher County jail, you're going to Leslie County. Then the ride there, he's like, "Where this is the woods.
Didn't
Where are
think he'd
we
make it.
going?" Right. You could tell I don't think Mickey was faking any of that.
Mm-mm.
No, I don't think he was either.
No, that wasn't fake.
Right.
That was real. That was real. I
So I
mean, there's
wonder.
been many people here that's had to get stuffed into the back of them cop cars that hasn't made it where they were going.
So
There are a
is
lot of cops here who are not even cops.
they're just deputized because I just
They're
deputized.
just, yeah, like grandfathered in,
Yeah. There was one
never been to
particular one,
academy, never had any proper training. There are many of those here.
and then if you go and read, I have this big report, where the guy he was brought in to investigate during the civil suit, um, and he investigated the procedures at the jail and how they had not updated their training procedures or anything in decades, and he points all these different things out. And then you find out that, that you got deputies, you just, oh, hey, bro, you want to be a cop today? Come on in, I'll give you a badge kind of thing. How many cops are actually in Letcher County, I wonder, in the sheriff's department?
I don't know. Well, it's not just the sheriff's department. I mean, we're talking about like the Kentucky State Police are dangerous.
Yeah, you can't
Like,
trust
if there's something
KSP.
wrong here, if you have a problem, you don't call the police because you are going to be the one that gets screwed in the end. Like, if you have a problem, you can't lean on the officials here to take care of you and to keep you safe.
Well,
They are
Kentucky's
the ones that put us in danger.
Yeah, and Kentucky's had a whole host of issues for decades, and you have to
Yeah.
wonder how far it goes in the government aspects of it, where how deep all
Yes.
this run. Kind of like when we were looking at
Yes.
the Karen Reed case, did it stop with the dirty cops in Canton, or did it go all the way to the top of the government? Because I think it may have. And
I
now in
think it went all the
Kentucky,
way to the top. Yeah.
yeah,
And I think this
exactly.
does too.
This does too, just a
Yeah.
different type of situation and different type of town and different
Yeah.
reasons. Of
But
course,
there are many other towns just like it.
many
There,
other.
I can put you in touch with some of these people if you would like to talk to them.
Mhm.
Other victims here in Letcher County and in other
If they're
counties.
willing to talk and us try to get stories out there, and if you guys,
Hmm.
share it on your socials, talk about
Yeah.
it, let people know that it's because people don't know. And now,
Yeah.
luckily, we do have some mainstream media attention. Brian Hinton did come to town and get on it, and maybe he's a little bit late. I don't, I'm not worried about that, but at least they're there now. And
Yeah.
now that it can get out there, because this needs to go to trial, it needs to be investigated by the feds. I mean, because you got, if the state police can't police their own state and step in when this kind of thing is happening, who's investigating this whole situation? Is it just the cops investigating the shooting and we're just done here, nothing else to see? They better investigate Mickey's allegations and the allegations of these women. Absolutely
Yeah.
deserve that. Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve to be heard. You deserve to have all this looked into.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it's going to take for them to knock on y'all's door and say, "Hey, we're here. What can we do?
Yeah.
Give us what you got." I don't
Yeah.
know what it will
I don't
take.
know either. And part of me wants to just go ahead and prepare like for the idea that there may never be authorities
You're
to
right.
take it all and to fix it all. So then I start thinking, well, then what? And like we can't change the past, but we can build a better future.
We can build a
So
better future going forward, and
regardless of what they
right,
decide to do, we're still going to move forward with our plans to build a better community for our kids.
right, and it takes a village sometimes for these kids, because
Yeah.
kids are dealt what they're dealt. They need a
Yeah.
helping hand. If you can be that helping hand and keep them away from predators, because
Yes.
that's where they're gonna seek out that attention and love and
Hmm.
whatever, then all
Yeah.
the more power to it. And I think that, trying to find constructive ways to help you guys get any kind of movement with Lexi's place, and
Hmm.
try to find ways to, people can send items, even if it's kitchen items or toys for
Hmm.
kids, and anything. Um,
Yes.
anything you guys
We
can
will be
think of.
looking for land.
Mhm.
If anybody knows of anybody that has land to donate or sell like for an affordable price, that would be helpful. It doesn't have to be
Yep.
here in Letcher County. As a matter of fact, like I think that we've been discussing doing it in Virginia
Mhm.
for a few reasons. And that's just across the border. Like that's about 20 minutes from Whitesburg.
Right.
Uh, so it's to get them out of Letcher County's reach, out of the state of Kentucky's reach,
Yeah.
but also still be close enough where they will be around their family and friends and be close enough to do these court cases and stuff to get their children back, because that's the goal of most of these women, is just to get they just want their kids, and their freedom.
To give them that safe place to land to do so, to
Yes.
get it
Yes,
together, to
remove the
get
barriers
yeah,
that keeps them
it's
from, yeah,
well,
give them a
that
safe
system
place that nobody can take away. Like
right.
nobody can come in here and say that this place is unfit,
Well, people
like we
say, "Oh,
don't.
they gotta walk in the park. They're on food stamps. They're on Medicaid. They're on," but you also got the government telling you what you can and cannot do, and you
You
also
can't.
got
Yeah,
a whole
you have
country
to
now
follow the
wanting to tell you,
rules.
yeah, and now you got a whole country that just decided, "We also wanna tell you how to spend your food stamps. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I don't tell you what to eat at your house. Don't tell me what to eat at mine."
They
Bottom
said, I was at the food stamp office a couple days ago, and they said that that it's going to be dropping in the month of November. So everybody's going to lose some. I don't know how much, but
right,
everybody's going to cut on their food stamps coming up. So
and
that's going
that's
to make
hard
it
when you
even
got little
even
mouths.
harder on these
Right.
people. you know?
And y'all don't have it and also in these rural communities. I lived in Alabama for 2 years with my brother helping with his little girl, and I had my teenage son there with me, and I loved it. I loved the peaceful country, nothing around. But I knew that for my 14-year-old boy, that was not gonna work. Where's he gonna
Right,
get a job? Where's he gonna go to school? He's not in this town.
right.
There's not any opportunities in this town. So when you got that type of situation, and I imagine it's probably like that there, there's not a ton of job opportunities unless you
Mm-mm.
work in a restaurant or whatever. But
Well,
you
and
gotta
a
find
lot
good
of
employment
the
that you
problem
can
with
make a
that
living. Go ahead.
is the town officials that blacklist people, and they will stop your
Mm,
business and they will interfere with your business. They won't. I mean, if they pick and choose who is
right.
successful in this town. If they want your certain kind of business license to go to somebody else and not you, then they're going to do what they have to do to get you not qualified to get it,
Yeah,
so
you're
that
not
their friend
playing the
can get it.
game. Yeah, and if you don't
You
play the
know,
game, you can't be here.
right?
Kinda
Yeah.
like in the mob back in the day, pay us for protection situation,
Yes. Just
so
like they used to put the money in the mailbox for Sheriff Danny Webb to come by and pick up
mm.
to pay him off.
Lord, not the
Like,
mailbox payoff.
yes,
Good Lord.
yes, that was back in the old days when I was a little girl. Daddy used to send me out to the mailbox to put money in it.
I could imagine. That does not shock me.
Yeah,
And that's how it starts. These old
yeah,
towns, great grandpas started it, and then
yep.
they just kept it up and kept
Started it back, I guess, with the moonshine business. I'm
I
assuming. I don't
reckon,
know.
girl, they
I
was
don't know
running
how that started.
I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't start back then. And when no one's looking at tiny town America, the hell, they do whatever they want. You know how that
Yeah.
goes. And I don't trust half the people in this town. I stay away.
Mm-mm.
Cops stay over there. I stay over here. I call you if I need you. Otherwise, we're good. Uh, Hey, but I don't. I try not to know too many of them. I don't really
Yeah.
want to know them. you know,
Yeah,
uh,
we have a few good cops here. I can't say that everybody's bad because we do have a few good ones, and
I've
there
got
are a few good
officers that
people
my
like from
family.
back
Yeah.
then that did know about these things, but they were scared. They were afraid to come forward. They were afraid to speak out
Well, also like
because people
saying that
are
you're
losing their lives for this. They lose their
well,
livelihoods. Their businesses get ran out of town.
and I
People have
think
had to
that
pack up and move their whole family from homes that they own here just to get out of the reach.
right, and like you were saying on one of the interviews you did, like a different time, right? So if you go back in time when this probably all first started, then it changed and you got more people in the community and now you got to find ways to keep them all in there. So
Yeah,
like you said, and I had the same experience back in the day, it was not uncommon for girls to be married 13, 14, 15 years old.
right.
It was not. In the South, it was not
It was a
uncommon.
different time then.
It
Yeah, that
was.
was not uncommon at all.
My
Um,
grandmother's brother married his wife when she was 14 years old.
yeah.
But that was so long ago, that was normal back then. Then, of course, things are different now. But so
So,
you gotta find a way to keep them from
but do
talking
you
most
realize
of the time.
how recent that being different is? Because
Yeah.
I myself moved in with my first husband at 13. And it
Yeah.
was for my own protection and safety because my
Right.
mom felt like she couldn't keep me safe anymore because I had been raped. I got
Right.
pregnant, had a miscarriage, and she panicked. So whenever this young man shows up and says, "Oh, I'll keep her safe and I won't touch her until she's 15," that was my mom's dream come true. Like
Right.
she knew I was going to be okay.
And
Um,
then and
but
that's
that ended up being like I had a child with him later on. We got married and stuff whenever I was 17, and then promptly got divorced. Um, but like that was just in my lifetime.
yeah.
I could not imagine my 13-year-old little girl
Mhm.
under any circumstances going to live with a man like that at this point in my life,
No. I
and not especially not seeing it for what it is.
No, and I had my first baby at 21, but I knew girls that had babies at 16, and I don't know how the hell
Yeah.
they did it. The responsibility and all the things that come with that. But it there things do change over time, and
Yes.
hopefully this now will move your community forward. and help you girls heal and get the justice y'all all deserve. Because nobody should get
Yeah.
away with this stuff. And I don't know that anybody will ever be arrested and charged with anything in that town unless somebody
Yeah.
steps in and does a thorough investigation into what Mickey's out. I don't know what we don't know what all Mickey's told his attorney, right? Um,
Yeah.
so will we get to trial with Mickey's case? I don't know yet. It's a hard call in Kentucky and figuring out what they're going to do there, and the fact that we can't really see any of his hearings and stuff like that. But we're definitely going to have to keep an eye and see what happens in the investigation as far as what all Mickey has told his attorneys, because I'm super interested into, because it sounds like if you listen to Jeremy talk a little bit, there's things coming out now that you guys are saying that he didn't even know.
Yeah.
And that's the attorney for the Stein's attorney. So I'm
Mhm.
wondering, Taya, they have not reached out to you, have they? The defense. I mean, you probably couldn't tell us if they did,
There
but
has been an investigator, a defense investigator, that's come around. He did stop by here and he left a card, stuck a card under my door, and I returned his call, but he has not called me back yet. But he has left it with some of the other victims and stuff.
right.
So
I wouldn't be.
hopefully that's what that is.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't continue to reach out to you guys if they haven't already, and at least try to get you in for depositions
Yeah,
to kind of
you
back
would
what.
think.
Yeah, you would think so, because it would absolutely back what whatever Mickey's telling them. Um, if I was his attorney, I would be so interested in what you girls have to say.
Yeah,
I'd be like, "Can you get down here today?" It wouldn't be fast enough, you
right.
know? Um,
Yeah.
so we'll have to wait and see what
So,
all
but
comes out of
like, if
this.
we have seen things like this get covered up and swept under the rug so much for
Mhm.
so long that we're not going to let it just die. Like, regardless of,
No, it can't, it
yeah,
should.
it can't.
Y'all
It
deserve
can't.
better.
We've come too far.
Yeah,
And there are too many other victims who have lost their lives, people
and
who have lost their mothers,
yeah.
sisters, fathers because of this. There's too many. There are too many to just
One
keep
was too
looking away. These people matter, you know?
one was too
These
many.
people matter.
I'll tell you, I had a chat with my mods last night, and, just a little giving them what we're gonna do here today and how to handle chat if anything got sideways, which we didn't think it would. But I was telling them that I was listening to that interview, over on Taybiz, and I think that's the one where you got emotional. And I got emotional right along with you. I was laying in my bed, I had all my lights chilled, and I was just listening to the conversation you guys were having, and I could hear it in your voice, it was coming, and then you got a little emotional there, and I know that a lot of times too, talking this stuff out helps you in the long run to get it out, but it's painful going through it. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you being open, and just know that we feel your pain, and you have our empathy, and I don't.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dolphin. And we have
Mhm.
never, we've always said here on the channel when we first learned of you and watched the first interview we saw, we all absolutely believed you.
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
extremely credible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There are, if you're interested, go and look up, like, just type in Letcher County corruption on the different platforms, and you'll start finding the others and get in the comment sections, like look through the comments on some of my videos, or
Yeah.
the ones with mine and the other girls who are talking about the corruption. There's almost always another victim in the comments, and if you just follow that, you'll see their own testimonies.
Well, we have learned from other
And if there's anybody out there
investigations.
that wants to share what happened to you, whether or not you want it made public or not, like, we leave that completely up to you. But you can still call and talk to me, and I'll be happy to keep you safe, keep you a secret, and give you a place to talk it out and work on your healing.
Good for you, because they need that, and
Yeah.
you're a really strong person, and sometimes it just takes somebody who's been through it to understand it, to
Yeah.
get them to open up about it. And when they can start to talk
Yes.
about it, healing can start to happen. Because you know how it gets when
Yeah.
you bottle that stuff up and you hold it in.
Mhm.
It's gonna bubble up to the surface someday. Whether what that
Yeah.
looks like is anybody's guess at that point in time. But it's really a good thing that you guys are. Yes, if anybody is out there listening and you want to reach out to Taya, go ahead and do so. You can also reach out to me and I can get you in touch with her, however you want to do it. And you can remain anonymous if that's what you would like. Totally up to you. But this has really been devastating to a lot of you. And I think when it happened, everybody's like, oh my God, what would have prompted that? We knew it had to be something big other than, you know what, you pissed me off today, the dog ran out, whatever, the
Yeah.
cows didn't come home. It had to be something bigger. And it's really coming out. And I really started to notice, I knew by watching what Elizabeth had been doing over there, I knew you girls were talking. I just didn't know when mainstream media was gonna pick it up or where,
Yeah.
I'd seen the TikToks and different various things that were out there, and then finally they grabbed on, and so hopefully they will continue to get it out there and people can be aware. And I think if outrage, from people will be like demanding investigations and things like that. Because
Hmm.
sometimes pushback prompts the change. And I say that even here in Florida, we've been through it. And I say it
Yeah.
all the time, even with our DCF, our Children Department of Families was shitty, 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 ran for a long time. They lost a little girl for 2 years, didn't even know she was dead. When the public
Oh
found
my
that out,
God.
yeah, 2 years. When we found out, the public was outraged in Florida and they pushed back hard and complete reform of the Department of Children and Families in Florida. It's going to be hard to beat them
Yeah.
these days
Yeah.
because
That's
they
what we
know,
need.
yeah,
We
and,
need reform.
and it takes pushback from the communities to make that happen. And when you got
Yeah.
the whole community is corrupt, what do you do and where do you turn? And like you guys were saying, who were you going to go report anything to? Look what happened with Sabrina.
Yeah.
And when with poor Jennifer, when she
It has
she
been
joined it.
reported. Yeah, a lot of these people have reported it and filed official complaints. They went to the FBI, they went to the Attorney General, they went and asked for help from the KSP, and
Mm.
they get brushed off and told no, or nobody ever responds. Whenever you use the tip lines and stuff, nobody ever follows up.
So
I
when you got
mean,
the corruption sitting in the top government house, all
yeah,
the way trickles down to, and Kentucky's been in trouble for a long time with a lot of different things. Even their economically, Kentucky's been a shamble
yeah,
for years and years. Um, Back in the day when they changed the legal drinking age from 18 to 21. Any state who did not comply lost their highway funding, federal highway
yeah,
funding. Mississippi's like, well, we don't care. We're going to let them drink at 18. Mississippi suddenly had the shittiest roads in America, and people were like, what the hell y'all doing, Mississippi? Get with the times. And
right,
they were forced to adopt the 21 drinking law to get their funding back to fix their streets.
yeah,
So I don't know what all I've know that politically there's been a lot going on with Kentucky and their finances and the way things are run. So it has to start higher in than just Judge
yeah,
Mullins, right? Like you said, this has been
yeah,
going on for years. So Edison Banks was the original Commonwealth attorney.
yeah.
That's
There's
what
been a lot of scandals surrounding him too.
that's what I have picked up on as well. And when this happened, the current Commonwealth attorney was Judge Mullins' ex brother-in-law, correct? And
Still is, yes. Yeah, Matt Butler.
Matt Butler, that was his name.
Yeah,
Because
he's
I
supposed
saw,
to represent victims or something, yet he's on Facebook shaming the victims and how dare us for embarrassing his family.
yes, he come out and made Facebook posts in the beginning of all this stuff. And then that's where I
And
was
as
noticing,
just as recently as a couple weeks ago, he made another big long one about it.
really, because I have
How we should be ashamed for
uh-uh.
talking about his family like that. Yeah,
Well, sir, you need to be ashamed and sit your ass down. Let me go. I'm going to
yeah,
his Facebook later. I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna go have
yeah.
me
He's
some
got me blocked.
fun. Wow,
I
he
can't
got you
read it, but
blocked.
people send it to me. You know.
Yeah. Well, what is he trying to do by doing that? It makes him look like an ass.
Well, whenever you go into TikTok, go into Letcher County Correction, search that in the search bar and start looking at some of these other victims,
Mhm.
and they can tell you much more about old Matt Butler and his retaliation tactics.
Oh, I'm sure he when I first saw him,
I
he
don't
gave
have
me a
personal
vibe.
interactions with him, but I do know these women.
So he was married to Judge Mullins, I guess, sister.
Hmm.
He calls him his ex brother-in-law, and I know that he
Hmm.
had a couple of kids with his ex. So Mullins,
Their wives were sisters, I
their
think,
wives. Oh, okay,
or
so
or
yeah, they
maybe
were.
I'm not sure how that went worked.
Right. So when this first happened, the Commonwealth Attorney recused his office, of course, because of his family connection to the judge. And right there was my first indication, oh boy, we may have some problems in this town.
Yeah.
You know, of course, small town, people are going to know each other and date one another and marry up or whatever. But boy, oh boy, that was not something I wanted to hear right out of the
Yeah.
gate with this case. It bothered me.
Now look who
Um,
appointed him,
who did? Who did?
and then look who granted Michael Clark pardon.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even finish looking at the Michael Clark document yet, and
Yeah,
because and why did he
it's all
even get a
connected.
pardon?
It's all connected.
Right.
It goes all the way up.
Why would they pardon Michael Clark? You go and you serve your time, you did it fine. Why do you deserve a pardon? I mean, and who
Well, he
thought?
said in that one sermon, I've got a video posted that where we went and watched him speak that day. He laid eyes on us. He cut his speech short and got the heck out of there. But he was saying that he didn't even know he was getting a pardon. He was just driving down the road and got a phone call, and it was a miracle from God.
Oh Lord.
And so the people obviously have been looking into that and
Praise
the
Jesus.
process to get a pardon. And then somebody else had messaged me and said that he actually paid the governor for that pardon, and all sorts of things. There's rumors
Hell,
flying left and
the
right.
Grizzlies
And
got pardoned by the president, so I think pardons can just be given out willy-nilly when they feel like it.
well,
I don't
the Chrisley's daughter went to Washington and educated herself and went to Washington and got in their faces until she got their attention to tell them something was wrong in order to get that pardon. No, he didn't just like go down the list and be like, okay, I'm going to pardon this one and this one.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on with the pardon. There's paperwork that has to be filed. You have to prove that like you're
Yeah, there's a whole
going to do the right
process.
thing with your life and stuff. Like it's not just like oh, I'm going to pardon them, and them. There's a process behind it.
Well, it shouldn't be like that. There should be a process
Yeah.
behind it, but it makes you wonder if there really is a process sometimes.
Yeah, we're
Now,
trying to reach
so
out to the Chrisleys. I hope that they hear this eventually because being
I'll
in Kentucky
message
and
'em.
stuff, they have seen like the inside of our prison system, and I'm sure they've
True
heard a lot of
that.
stories themselves
So wait, Julie
about
was in
just what we're saying.
wasn't Julie in
Yeah.
Kentucky?
Yes.
Because Todd was here in my hometown, and he don't like my prison.
Mhm.
He's already come
Yeah.
back and spoke to these prisoners. He likes these dudes, right? So,
Yeah.
my son, it is so funny that you bring them up, or I brought them up earlier, but my son and my daughter-in-law always watch their show, and I used to make fun of them for watching it. So I always tease my son. I'll go in there and like, look what I just saw on YouTube about the Chrisleys. Maybe I'll message them. Like, y'all got some extra money for some land?
Right.
we need a piece of land here. There's enough people in this country with some money that can give up a few thousand for a little piece of land somewhere.
Yeah.
It's
we
a shame
can figure this out. I know that we can.
It's
Like
a
the
shame that
money's out
somebody
there, and the
Yeah.
good people are out there who want to help and who want
Well,
to see these women succeed. So
it's a shame that somebody locally doesn't come up and volunteer to like, "Hey, take this rental
Yeah.
property I have," or something
Yeah.
like that, and maybe we
I
can,
would have thought that the mayor would have like spoke out against the corruption or something at this point, or against the allegations at least. But
well, he might be
we haven't
involved.
heard anything from her either. And then
she
me and other girls was talking about it the other day and thought, well, maybe we should go and see her and ask her, tell her about Lexi's place and what we want to do with it, and see if she wants to.
Well, I wonder if sometimes they think if they don't do anything that this all goes away, but they
That it'll
should be
just go away,
proactive.
like always.
Right. Well, they should
Exactly.
come out and be proactive and say, "You know what? This has happened in my town,
Yes.
and we're not gonna do this anymore, and let's move
Yes.
forward." But they don't seem to
Yes.
be even doing that, especially if you got the Commonwealth Attorney coming out now, putting out Facebook posts shaming the victims for coming out and speaking. They're
Yeah.
not trying to do any damn thing to help you guys.
No, they're not. They're trying to keep us
They just want you to
quiet
shut up. Mhm.
and suppressed. Yeah.
Yeah, they do, and that's
Yeah.
not gonna work anymore.
No.
People know about it now, and they're looking and they're watching, and when you get
Yeah.
social media trained on something, it's hard to get them off of it, and the
Yeah.
case could be completely over. They're gonna go on and on about it for 2 or 3 years, but, it is what it is. But if we can just but the amount of people in this country who don't watch the news anymore or sit down to watch a whole evening news episode. I'm sure the older crowd still does. Younger people do not. They're not
Yeah.
sitting there at 5, 6 watching the evening news or hitting it up before they go to bed. They're catching it
No,
on
they're
the
getting
social
their
medias.
media differently.
Mhm. They
Yeah.
catch it on the social medias, either the
Yep.
TikTok or YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook, wherever it's coming from. So to kind of keep the word out on the social platforms and do it in a positive way, not that
Yes.
negative conspiracy, oh my God, I got some tea kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I'm not here for that shit.
Yeah.
It's
We're here to heal. We want to heal
right.
and make a better world. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Now a little bit of gossip and tea could be fun for 20, 30 minutes, but I'm that woman. I can't sit in that all day. I got to have a
Yes.
serious conversation. So we wanted to bring you on to give you that chance to talk to the community and explain, a little more about what was going on there to us.
Yeah.
And we really appreciate you coming and taking the time to join us.
Oh yeah,
And
Well,
definitely.
we
This has
really
been
appreciate
interesting.
hearing us and giving us a platform to.
well, we're going to keep it up. We'd love to have you back sometime to talk about this some more and anything we can do to help with Lexi's place or come up with ideas to get something going. Um, we're here.
Absolutely.
And if we can think of anything on our end, we'll certainly pass it your way and say, hey, here's an
Yes,
idea.
please.
Go ahead, Dolphin.
Oh no, I just was agreeing. If you
Yeah.
think of anything, because yeah, I need to dig deeper into this one.
Yeah. We've got some more documents to unpack here with this case, guys. We're not going to touch on those today. I think we'll start that tomorrow as well, because I do have that motion to dismiss with all the grand jury stuff. I know. I'm not sure if the copy I got may be the redacted one. I haven't really looked yet, but Gavin Fish did a show last night
Uh,
that I got interrupted in
yeah,
it.
it is.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish watching it, but he has the unredacted copy and he wrestled with putting it out there. And I think he ended up doing just that. I know you can go to his Patreon and purchase it for like $10, but he read it on his show last night. So I'm going to have to review a little more of what he did and compare it to the one I got to see if it's the same document. Mine may be redacted, I'm not sure. But there is grand jury stuff in there because what happened with that document, it was posted to the docket, but it was posted unredacted and people got a hold of it. And then it was taken right back out and sealed and then put back in. So people
Hmm.
do have a copy of the unredacted copy. Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack still. And we all know Mickey is guilty of what Mickey did. That's not a question. We have eyes. We've seen the video. We know he did it. That's not the
Yeah.
question. Question is what triggered it that day, and was Mickey really in a full-blown episode, with this Kentucky law they
And
got for this emotional disturbance. So go ahead.
he shouldn't be charged with capital murder, I don't think. I think that is crazy in this
That's a
situation.
stretch. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know if they can get that lowered to a lesser charge at some point. I don't know if that's possible now that he's actually been charged with it. But yeah, so it's like the Karen Reed case going full on murder with that case instead of a manslaughter charge. I think they would have had a much easier conviction the first time around, but they chose to
Mhm.
overcharge. So it's like, of course, if you see the video, it's shocking, and your first thought is murder, but you need to investigate a little bit, right, before you go
Yeah.
jump into some conclusions. So, um, Cartridge, you catch that show last night with over there at Gavin's? I did for a little while, but then I didn't finish watching. I forgot what happened. Somebody called me or something, and I didn't end up going. I think I went to sleep. So I'm going to get back to it. We will continue to watch this as it unfolds, Taya. And anytime that you can think of something we need to help get the word out, reach out and let me
Mhm.
know. Um,
Okay.
you know how to reach me now, and I know how to reach you. So we'll definitely keep the story out there. And if and we want other victims to feel safe to come forward. We understand it's hard at the same time, and keeping their anonymity is important if
Yeah.
they want it. So I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, if they want to share their stories, they certainly can.
And
But you coming out alone and speaking for them is a lot, and maybe it will
yeah,
give them the courage they need. Hey, she's okay and she's doing this. We can do the same thing.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Absolutely. I hope that it gives the others courage, and I get a lot of messages saying like thank you and
oh,
to
I'm
keep
sure you
going and like don't give up on us, and never will I. Never will I. I love these people with all my heart, and I'm done seeing them be
well, I know
abused
it.
and
You
harmed
gotta have
like
your
this.
hard days, you know what I mean? I know you have to have your hard days where you feel like, "What am I fighting?" and things like that, but
Yeah,
you're staying strong and you're staying steadfast and you're staying true to
yeah.
yourself, and that's what matters the most, you
And
know?
God is leading this fight. So
Good for you.
like this is this is his work. It's That's how I'm just so like confident that it's going to all work out. It's because God said so. You know, He said
And
it's
so
time. It's time for people to wake up and put a stop to it, and it's happening.
right, and I agree with that because sometimes it's what it takes, and let him lead the way if this is what it's gonna take, because it needs
Hmm.
to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped for future generations. We don't want
Hmm.
this to be passed down to the next set of cops and the next set of judges to do this to the next set of little girls who are coming up without a lot of money, because that
Yeah,
they target those individuals. They're not
yeah,
out there trying to find the 16, 17-year-old girl whose mom and daddy handed her a brand new car at her birthday. No, 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 that's not the girl we need. We need that girl over
well,
there with not a lot of
I
money.
was that girl. Like I had good parents and a good home and stuff.
Yeah.
And they still pulled me into it.
Well, it's easy. It can go either way. It's
Yeah,
easier to target the girls they
yeah.
know are
But now
vulnerable.
let me add this, that I was already addicted. Like that's a very common thing here. I don't know if it's like that in other places, but it's very
Mhm.
common for children to already be taking drugs or alcohol or various things at very young ages.
It happens more times than people want to be aware of.
Yes,
There's
yes,
kids who start drinking and doing drugs at the age of 11 years old in this country.
yeah,
Sometimes their parents have no clue. Sometimes it's
yeah.
because the parents
I
aren't
was
locking it down.
drinking alcohol with my dad at that age. Like we were taking shots of honey whiskey at bedtime,
Okay,
and it
well,
was
look,
normal. You know
it
what I'm
wasn't
saying?
it wasn't unnormal for one of us to crawl up in Papa's lap and get a sip of that beer.
Right.
It
Yeah.
wasn't abnormal. Now, my dad did not like it,
Yeah.
he didn't like it at all, and my mom would say something to her dad, but Papa, we knew Papa was gonna let us have a sip of that beer, it was one
Yeah.
little sip, but that was it. But yeah, what the South was way different, and people,
Yeah.
we got a bad rap for years and years. We're all inbred and these and that and the other, whatever. But it's not true. But there were
No,
things that would
it's
happen that,
systematic.
or yeah, and
Yes.
people, and when addiction runs in families and different things happen, there is a whole backstory to, okay, even like with some of these high profile cases, wanting to go back generations into the family. How were they raised? What were their economics? All of that does play a part in your victimology and criminology and things of that nature, but it doesn't mean they will have to end up taking the routes they take, right? It can
Right.
just, it plays a part in what led
Hmm.
them to where they go sometimes. So
Yeah.
just get it, and for young girls to be aware that just because an older guy shows a little interest in you, he may not be having the best intentions in mind. And I think a
Yeah.
lot of younger girls, they don't have the wherewithal to even realize that.
They don't. They don't. Like there's no way that you can be. And especially whenever like you're groomed into it already.
Right,
Whenever you're taught that like this is where your value lies. This is
right. It's like the little children who grow up in homes where they're molested constantly,
Mhm.
like in Madeline Soto's case. They don't know for the longest time what's happening is even wrong
right. Right.
until they realize
Exactly.
it themselves or
There's a lot
point
of
it out.
people that
Mhm.
are in that stage of healing still. So I look for even more victims to come out, like as people evolves in their own
And
healing
not to,
journeys.
and hopefully they won't feel ashamed or embarrassed, and people won't come at them and accuse
No,
them
we
and,
ain't the ones that have something to be ashamed
oh,
of.
Exactly. You don't.
No,
And
it's
even with
they're the ones that should be ashamed of themselves.
well, I've heard you even say in other interviews, you've absolutely owned what all anything you've done, you've owned it. I've
Yeah,
not heard you
I've taken
play it
accountability for it.
blanket.
I've done
Right,
my time. I've served it in so
right.
many ways. I paid for it in so many ways that some will never know about.
Yeah,
And
because I've tried to listen to most of the interviews you've done and listen to the things you've said, and
yeah,
then and I absolutely each and every time you've come out and you've owned the stuff you've done, and
yeah,
instead of making excuses for it or anything like that, and
yeah.
that says a lot about
That's
your
all we're asking for these people to do is just take a little bit of accountability for
right,
your own actions.
exactly,
It's
and
not difficult.
no, and
It
when
really
they're
isn't once you take that step.
look, girl, there ain't no sense in a damn town full of old dirty men having houses set up around town with dancing poles and mirrors.
Yep,
And what, poker games with topless girls walking around?
yep, yep. Have
Come on,
they would
Judge.
have us come and clean for them, topless. I mean, yeah,
Isn't that crazy? And what did
yeah.
the wife never know wonder where he was? You know,
I
you
mean,
got a
what are you
small
gonna do
town.
about it? What are you gonna do about it? He's gonna do
What are you
whatever
gonna
the
do?
hell he wants to do.
She gonna go to bed and
So
just
you
watch
can either hush or you can go through a divorce where they're going to ruin your life and take your children, or you can
True.
sit there with your mouth shut and let them treat you how they want to treat you
And that's
to
a
keep
big
your life
problem in the
like
South too, not
semi-stable.
just in the South, everywhere with women who think they don't have a choice, right? And
Yeah,
and especially in a rural setting in, like, Kentucky, where are these women gonna go? There's so many women who do just turn a blind eye to what that man does.
yeah.
No matter what he does, that's just he's a man. They're just being men.
Boys will be boys. I'm so sick of that.
I know.
Oh,
Shit, girls
I
will be
hate
girls
that.
too. Watch us go. Hold our beer.
Right.
Shit.
Watch us catch fire because
That's
no,
right.
we're
That's
done.
right. We ride at dawn, bitches. Okay?
Right.
Um, we're not taking no more.
Absolutely.
We're just not
I've
we're
got to get
fed
in the
up
house.
with
The sweet eater is getting too close.
uh-oh.
Okay.
Alright,
Okay.
girl.
There we go.
Um,
There we go. Just started
um,
coming up the hill. Sorry about that.
oh, you're fine. Miss Woozy says, "Why do men have to be so gross?" I don't know,
I
Miss
don't know.
Woozy.
I
What
don't
has
know.
happened to them? You know, back in the day, you couldn't even put certain commercials on TV until after 9 o'clock because you didn't want the babies to see that little bit of skin. Now you got naked people kissing and doing all kind of shit. You know, it's like leave some stuff to the imagination. So I don't know how
Yeah.
much society changed over the 40 years, and you're seeing. I don't know how much of that's playing into effect of what these boys and men think are allowable. You got Koberger over here stalking two towns full of women, trying to find the right one. And then you got this tiny town going after all the young girls. It's crazy. Um,
Yeah. We've got to stand up and fight for ourselves because nobody else is going to fight for us.
all right, Woozy says, "Boys will be boys" might be the most damaging statement that has persisted throughout history.
Oh
Amen.
my God, you're so right. Amen.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And of course, we all know there's women out there that do just as bad and
Hmm.
hurt people every day, but we're talking about the men right now, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Um, there's just so much with this case that I think is still to come out that I hope does come out because it deserves to be brought to the light. And anybody who was involved in what even there should be more investigation into the Ben Fields couldn't have been the only one. So let me ask you this, and you may not know or you may know something. Mickey was the bailiff before Ben was. Mickey
Hmm.
used to be over the ankle monitor program.
Hmm.
Was Mickey not doing the same thing?
Oh, I don't reckon.
I don't reckon either. Nobody's
Um, but
accusation about it.
let me share this with you about him whenever he was a bailiff. I had a victim come to see me the other day, and her circumstances were much different. She had a lot of run-ins with Kevin, and he was very inappropriate, with like grope her like a few times, and like always asking her to come back to his office privately and stuff, but she never would. And then something happened, and the thing is she was working like there in and around Kevin in his office while Mickey was a bailiff there. And she said that, like, that the way that they treated him as a bailiff was like appalling. That they would always try to embarrass him and like do little things to control him. You know, like in I don't know.
Okay,
She said it was
that does
very.
not surprise
Yeah,
me.
I can put you in touch with her.
Okay, because
I want to put you in touch with her. Actually,
okay,
yes, that's a
I would
good
like that
idea.
because that's a conversation I'm willing to go down because I felt just trying to think about this in my
And
head. I was like,
she
Mickey's
has
not.
a criminal justice degree. She's a
Mhm,
very educated, respected, upstanding member of society. Like she's
right.
from the other side of the tracks on that. So,
Okay, so
um,
I feel
like it's
like
not just
Mickey may
us
not
that
have
they
been the
preyed on
brightest.
that were,
Right.
down and out and destitute.
Well, I
But
wonder if
they didn't
Mickey was
care
put in that
where you
position.
came from.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
so the thing she said about Mickey, I wondered myself, did Mickey get put in the bailiff position because Mickey was Mickey? Mickey was the guy we could pull a
mhm,
fast one on, he's not gonna notice, or we can tell him not to talk. Then he gets promoted to
yeah,
sheriff. So we got Mickey where we want him, right? We hold his job over his head. He's not a part of what we're doing, but we need to make sure Mickey's on the, we know where he's at all
right,
times, know what he's doing. So I could see
yeah,
Mickey kind of being kept in the dark about what was going on,
him
but I
being
know
the
I've
wild
read
card. Yeah,
yeah, I've read in some of the documents where they would have the cookout parties, and so Mickey was at one of them, but God, what was the other guy's name? But there didn't appear to be like the sex party going on. So I can't place Mickey anywhere with
uh-uh.
anything yet.
No,
None of the
and you
accusations
won't.
yet.
Yeah, you won't.
So that's what I wondered, was Mickey
At
put
least
in.
I haven't yet, as of yet.
Yeah, I
You
haven't
know,
either. So I didn't
there some
know
girls are like
Mickey's
bitter and
views.
mad at him over other things,
Right.
but never nothing like that.
Carrie
And that's
thinks
from
he
other
had to
victims and
know.
stuff too. So
Yeah. Well, you
yeah.
wonder, Carrie, you would think he would have to know, right? But would he?
I
You know?
mean, even if he did, what the hell was he going to do? It said that he went and asked the KSP.
Yeah, and then now you
They
got
said
this
no.
investigation. So if he
I
goes to
mean, what is he
KS,
supposed to do? The feds ain't listening, or they're part of it. One, I don't know.
and we don't know everything that took place in the civil suit investigation.
Right.
We went through the whole document. Joe and I, a co-host I have from time to time, Joe,
And
we went through that whole
those new
document.
depositions were being taken just like within a few days, I reckon, of the shooting happening.
Mickey gave his deposition 3 days before the shooting.
Yeah, like it's
So
all related.
Mickey knew
Like it's
once.
all together.
Yeah, I don't know when Mickey found out, if he found out during the investigation, or if he found out. He's always known, right? And just turned a blind eye kind of thing. So who we don't know yet, Carrie, what he had to have known something,
Yeah,
in my opinion. I just don't know that
yeah.
he was part of what they were doing, but he knew about it.
Well,
And there
his
were
attorney
probably a
says
lot
that
of
they
people.
are aware. They
Mm,
were aware. Like, so, I mean,
yeah,
everybody was aware.
you're right. That's from what we're
Yeah.
hearing. People, even if you didn't have to
But
be
so many hands were tied too. Like,
right.
what could he have done? If he tried to follow the appropriate chain of command to ask for help.
If he did reach
Like,
out and ask for an
if
investigation and
he
was
in fact did
denied,
those things,
yeah,
and I don't know yet. Like, I haven't seen any actual proof, but I've heard it from a few different sources. Um, if he did in fact do that, then like there's got to be a record of it somewhere. First of all,
exactly.
and what about the
Well,
other girls, the other victim testimonies? Sabrina, Jennifer Hill, and then the other one, the other silent victim that was in that suit. There is another one that
uh-huh.
we try not to use her name for her own protection. She's still dealing with the court system. So, uh, like, why did they
Well,
do nothing then?
right. And I don't
The attorney
ju
general was asked to send a human trafficking network, and he was like, "Oh, well, that's up to the Commonwealth attorney of that county." And she
and
said,
when
"You do realize that's the judge's brother-in-law and part
I
of
was
the
about to
ring, right?
say, when the Commonwealth attorney is the
He's one
judge's
of them."
brother, and I
Yeah,
wonder if he knew what the judge's I wonder if he knew what the judge was up to, and was he a part of it, you know?
I'm
I can't
sure.
help but wonder that myself
I'm
about him.
sure.
Um,
Yeah,
and it and you didn't have to be a
they're a
part
little
of it
private
to know
club.
about it. Yeah. You didn't
Yeah,
have to be an active
you didn't have to be a
participant.
part of it to know about it. Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, you
and
didn't
like
have to
people have their own
participate.
motivations for staying quiet. Like for him, it might just be the freaking embarrassment of it, but I doubt it.
Right,
And especially
right.
not to the lengths that he's went with retaliating against other people. And
Well, the
You need to go
retaliations
look at
have
those
probably
Letcher County corruption
yeah,
girls.
the
And
retaliations have probably been going on for
yeah,
decades, and that's a way to
the
a
retaliation
scare
is
tactic.
intense.
Yeah.
It's intense.
Um, you would think the FBI would be all over this, Carrie, especially when they've already they got a investigation into ARC and want people to come forward with information, and then you got this ARC in place in Kentucky in this town, and this judge, and all these people. Something's weird. Something's weird. And if I was the feds, I'd be so looking into all of that. If we can trust the feds,
Oh,
that's debatable sometimes. It depends on what state we're in there too, unfortunately. And that's a shame that we have to worry about what state are we in today. Are we going to get a fair shake here or not? And I think a lot of that comes to light too with streams like this and people coming out and talking. You realize there are certain states out there you don't want to fool around in.
mm-mm,
You won't catch me in Kentucky, Indiana, or
mm-mm.
Mississippi, or none of them places. No. Well, we hope
If
that
I could
things.
ever get free of this place, I've been trying to leave this place for my whole life. Ever since my baby was born, my oldest child, I tried to leave with her and go
How
to Florida. And we went and stayed with some cousins down there for a while. And she was 3 months old, and I didn't even have a valid ID. And I was scared to death if I even went and applied for food stamps or something that they'd put us both in foster care. So
Yeah.
I ended up giving up and coming home. I got scared and came back to her dad.
How old is your youngest child now?
My youngest are twins, and they are 11.
Oh,
Yeah. My middle girl is about to be 16 in a few days, and my oldest is 22,
well, good for them.
who I am
Um,
blessed enough to have a very good relationship with the oldest one at least. So,
Good, and
um,
maybe in time with some healing and the younger ones can get older, because a lot of
yeah,
times kids grow
they'll
up
come
and
home.
they have their own minds, right? And they see
Yeah,
things differently than what
yeah,
they'll remember things, and yeah,
yeah,
they'll come back, girl, eventually, and they're gonna hear these things as well,
yeah.
over time. And I just hope that y'all can continue to heal, and the things that you're doing there to try to help the other victims feel safe enough to come forward. And even if they don't want to come forward in a public realm, you're giving them a space to come to your house and have a damn cup of coffee at the table and talk.
Yes. Come sit down and have some tea. I've got a whole apothecary full of herbs. You
Yep.
struggling with your addiction and stuff? Let's talk about it. Let's figure out how our next step to help getting you better and getting you healed
And
all
sometimes
around.
that's all it takes.
A lot of us have a lot of serious autoimmune diseases and stuff too right now. I don't know. I don't know if it was the COVID shot that triggered it, but it's like everybody I know has like MS
Well,
or some type of serious disease.
I have
And the herbs and
autoimmune
stuff are
disease, and
people manage some of those symptoms as well.
yeah,
So if
it
you need some
does.
herbs, come over and I'll make you a tea blend to
Most
take home with you.
definitely, they
Yeah.
do help. I have autoimmune disease, and they say, the experts, quote unquote, claim that they think that autoimmune is triggered by trauma. I didn't have trauma until well after I
Okay.
already had my Hashimoto's. I mean, years.
hmm
I'd had it for years before my child passed
Yeah.
away and gave me trauma. So don't tell me my
Well,
autoimmune is
the
triggered by
trauma and
trauma.
stress can trigger a flare up,
It
but it
can trigger
doesn't
flare
trigger
ups.
the disease.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't. And
Yeah.
my son and I
Like the
both
disease
battle.
is the underlying cause is already there.
Yeah,
But stressors
they make it
can
worse.
indeed like send you into a full flare up. Like I can get angry or just like really
Uh-huh.
passionate about something and then be in bed for a week
Well,
because my
girl,
body's swollen and I
mhm,
just can't. My organs quit functioning.
people
Like
don't realize the havoc it wreaks on your body, and it really
it
does. And
does. Yeah.
stress will trigger
But it's
it.
not
And
caused by the trauma. The trauma just
oh god,
triggers it.
yeah, it'll
Yeah.
knock you down for sure when your body's fighting itself. Your body's
hmm
literally attacking itself. So what do? You
Your
just go to bed and hope for the
body's trying to
best.
murder you
It
all the
certainly
time.
is. It really,
So
really
yeah.
is. Um, um,
Yeah.
woozy.
But yeah, the herbs have been my saving grace. That's plant medicine has helped me to rebuild
It really
my
does.
strength.
When you have autoimmune disease, you really have to get vigilant and proactive
Yeah.
because there's not a lot of help
With the
out there.
nutrition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the nutrition is key.
Food is
Diet is
medicine.
key. It certainly is. Um,
Yeah, quit taking the prescriptions and get back to the earth.
exactly. If people could just put down the prescriptions long enough. And girl, I
Yeah.
went through that because like I said, I have lost a child. So there were a few times that I felt like maybe I need a little, a little something. So I would go to the doctor and I don't like taking anything strong. Well, they were
Yeah.
trying to do all that with me each and every time I ever went. I'm like, "No, you don't understand. I'm not a depressed person. I'm not sad. I don't wanna die. I need to sleep. I don't want all this anxiety. This PTSD
Yeah.
is killing me." But I only use natural herbal products anymore. I don't take
Yeah.
anything they ever tried to prescribe me anymore. No, I don't
Mm-mm.
want it. I'd rather just take my THC and I'd rather take my supplements and do like you with the
Yes.
teas and herbals and things like that. You just have to get
Mushrooms are wonderful too, like all types.
I've been
All
hearing that and
types.
it's
They are
been
wonderful. They're healing people's brains and
yes.
spines, and they're doing miraculous things.
Who was that in my chat the other day? We were talking about the tea, I think it was tea and the shroom tea or the gummies with the
Yeah.
shrooms, and they're like, "Yeah," and I was like,
Yes.
my
That's where
friend
it's
has
at.
tried it, and I'm scared to do it. I'm like, "I don't wanna trip balls by myself at home, like, if I eat this."
Well, you can microdose too.
Right,
You don't have to take enough to like have a full
right.
blown trip. You can take a microdose, which is a sub perceptible amount, and it will still be enough to do the healing, like the physical healing
Yeah,
in your
it
brain
they say it's
and body
great.
without like
I
making you
saw a
trip.
documentary
Yeah,
once about it,
it's amazing. It's like being hyper sober with the best clarity and
yeah,
focus ever. Like it's a beast for
yeah.
ADHD.
There woozy, that was it, the mushroom
Yeah.
coffee, that's it. It was the mushroom coffee. I was like, "I need to try some of that, but I'm scared I'll trip balls while drinking my coffee."
Yeah.
But,
Well, they've got those others like the lion's mane and stuff. Those
no,
don't
I
make you
use
trip, but they still have the brain
right, I
benefits and
use
stuff.
lion's mane.
That they're still a
I'm actually
nootropic.
out of it. There's a lady, my sister and I go to a little church bazaar, and this lady has a great booth and she sells it there. And I would buy it and add it to my coffee.
Yeah.
And then I ran out, so I need to get some more. But I did like that. I noticed a difference with it. But the
Yeah.
microdosing and the
And then
mushrooms,
there's amanita
yeah,
mushrooms, benzo addiction and anxiety
yes,
disorders.
they
That's good
say
for
it.
PTSD too.
I know I remember watching God, it's been over at least a decade or more where I watched a documentary on how they were using mushrooms nowadays and psychotherapy and things of that nature. And now
Mhm.
it's like everywhere. If I go buy my THC gummies, I'm like, they're like next to the mushroom gummies.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't confuse
Next
my
to the
order
mushroom
now.
gummies.
Right
Yeah.
next to
And
them.
they're helping people get off of all these prescription drugs, like, and not just psych meds, but the mushrooms are helping people with their psychiatric like medications, being able to come off of their mood stabilizers and antidepressants and
Right.
things like that as
Because
well.
even if you are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome and you go to the doctor
Hmm.
for that, and they're treating your anxiety related to that, they also wanna stick you on anxiety, mood
They're also
stabilizers.
creating
Oh,
addictions and other
yeah, and
problems.
let's
Yeah.
not forget, we gotta put this antidepressant in there because the government says you gotta take that in order to get your Xanax.
Yeah.
But I'm not depressed. "Well, we don't care, take it anyway." No, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No. I've had much more success just using my THC these days than I have with
Yeah.
anything else they've ever given me over time, and time
Yeah.
heals, right? So as you move
Yes.
forward. What
Yes.
Rise Coffee mud, what are y'all throwing down in my chat? Y'all gonna give me idea I gotta start Googling stuff now.
Right.
I know, right? We can all help each other, have a big herbal show and how to help.
One big
Help everybody.
healing journey
Yes.
is what my goal
Yes.
is. I want people to heal, and this
Yeah.
is the way. I'm telling you. Yeah.
And I wish you all the best because you absolutely deserve it. You deserve
Thank you.
better than what you've been given. Everybody there deserves it, especially all
Mhm.
the young victims involved and women who've just been had no choice but to be a part of it for as long as y'all have and nobody to listen. So I'm hoping now that people are listening and we can support you guys and giving you support going forward. Yeah, unpacking the case and what's going to happen there is one thing, but giving you women a chance going forward. So, like I said, if we can come up with ideas or try to help anyway with getting anything out, do you guys have any kind of things set up to help fund what you're trying to do other than like some cash links or anything like that yet? Or
We have the GoFundMe,
mm-hmm.
but that's it so far. That and the Facebook page. But like I said, somebody's working on making us a website and getting it all legalized and stuff, filing for.
Well, like with a 501c would need to be in place, I would think,
Yeah,
a nonprofit,
yeah,
um, to make it successful and to be on the up and up, so you guys don't get any backlash. You know what I mean? Because
right.
these
Yeah,
streets
that's what
are crazy.
that is in progress. So
Yeah,
hopefully within the next few weeks or so, maybe I don't know, really know what the time frame is, because the person that's doing it, he's going through cancer treatments too right now, and he's just kind of doing this in his spare time when he
yeah.
feels like it. So whenever he is able to get it done, then uh, yeah, it'll be all official. Uh, so like we understand if anybody wants to wait until then, that's fine. Like we're good with
Right,
that,
and
but we're
I
working
get
on it.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because I think that to establish what you guys want to build, would
Mhm,
a 501c would need to be in place to help you in the long run, because you would get
mhm.
funding and tax credit breaks and things of that nature would all be involved,
Yeah.
and would even help y'all pay the bills possibly. Um, so,
Yes.
and then y'all could get like federal funding to help as well. So there's still a lot to look into there, and you keep us updated on any kind of progress. Riley says 5013C and applies separately for tax exempt. Exactly. Because y'all would
Mhm.
need all that in place to sustain it for a long time. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because you would have to have the funding every month coming in to keep it going. If
Yeah, to keep the bills
Yeah,
paid and
exactly.
things like
So a
that. Yeah.
501c would be the best setup, to help with that if possible. And yeah, you can get grants and all
Yeah.
kind. We would hope so, Riley. That we're talking about Kentucky, but we'll
Yeah.
do the we'll hold out hope. But anything we can do moving forward to help you out, let us know. We'll love to have you back as things unfold. If there's something you want to come talk about, just hit me up. You're welcome here anytime you want to come.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, and thank you for joining us. And we got over the little, the Wi-Fi the stuff this morning. It was okay. We unpacked some other
Yeah.
stuff. Well,
Sorry
no,
about that.
you were fine. We had some other stuff to look at too while we
Yeah.
were waiting, so we did just fine. And
Okay.
we do appreciate you coming up, chat. Everyone, thank you for being so great to our guest and welcoming her over here and giving her the support she needs, and the community as a whole. Um, we appreciate you coming over and talking to us. We know it's not easy all times, so we appreciate it.
Yeah.
And guys, go check
Thank
out
you.
her socials and go over to the YouTube and give them a like, subscribe, watch a couple of things there. Help her get those watch hours up. So 'cause if she can get monetized, at least it will help with some of the funding with some of the stuff she's trying to do to help benefit some of these girls. So
Yes.
that's the goal there.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
the
that
goal.
is the goal. Yes, Pammy, please come back, Taya. Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, guys, we
Thank
will keep
you.
everybody updated.
Y'all have a wonderful and blessed
Thank you for
day.
joining us, hon.
I'm going to go ahead and hit the
All
button
right.
and sign off of
Thank you
here.
so much.
All right. Bye bye.
Talk to you later. All right, guys. We appreciate her coming on and chatting with us about what's been going on over there. What are you talking about? Oh, I was like, I was reading Miss Lucy's last comment. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, oh, I got confused for a moment. All right. Dolphin, are you still with us? Did Dolphin take a nap? Yes, thank you, Taya, for coming up and sharing with us, guys. That was great of her to come up and do. And it's such a to know that's been going on for so many years there, and it took what happened to bring it all to light, right? Is it's a lot. But like I said, we do have some more documents to unpack with the case, and maybe tomorrow we will get started on those. What is tomorrow? Thursday? Yeah, we'll come back in the morning. Dolphin may have put herself into a food coma. She had breakfast earlier, so either that or she stepped away for a moment. So we do have that document to read, and there's some other documents I want to look at with the case as well. It'll kind of help us get a little more understanding as to the players in the town, and I think that helps us realize how intertwined it all was, and how maybe they were able to stay silent the way to keep it the big town secret for as long as they did, right? I think there's a little more to, because there's so many people involved. Yeah, there's a lot more than we know. Wakey, wakey, wake up, grumpy cat. She's going to come back on here in a little bit and go, oh, where'd they go? We're going to go. All right, guys, we do appreciate Taya for coming in and sharing with us, and we'll have her back on, and we will keep an eye on the case, and we'll unpack those docs, and if we can think of anything going forward, to help them out, we will. And if they can get this 501c up and running and different things of that nature to help with Legacy's Place is what they want to call it. Even if it's sending extra sheets, right? Dishes, the leftover kid toys your grandbaby just grew out of, whatever. Things like that we can keep in mind. Toiletries, little things that they would need over time. And we're far from that now. Obviously, they don't even have a piece of land to even try to attempt to do something like this. But let's really hope that they can get it accomplished. And I hope that people in the area who were not a part of this find it in their hearts to reach out to this community and start helping, right? I think that would be, if I was closer, I'd be knocking on Taya's door right now. What can we do? I'm here to help. And I hate sometimes that I am too far away to go help, because I think I'd probably spread myself too thin. I don't think they have the link up and running right now, Woozy, from what she was just saying. They're trying to create a website and make it more fluent. And we also want to make sure the donation links are proper. You know how it is on these YouTubes. People start a GoFundMe and people start donating, and then you got the backlash and all that. And they don't need that there. So because I'm going to keep up with that information for you guys. So if any of you do want to help in the future, you certainly can. And we'll figure out how they're going to do that moving forward and the best possible way to do that. So I will definitely keep you guys informed on ways to help when we can. And maybe she'll come back and talk to us about the progress. And then maybe we can start reaching out to local churches there or something. You know what I mean? There's always somebody with a piece of land somewhere they may donate. You never know. Maybe the answer is a little church right outside of town. Who knows? But I feel like, how you get those secret Santas at Christmas time paying off the layaways for people? Maybe one of those will step in, right? I mean, maybe one of those philanthropists will come save the day and get himself a little publicity. Whatever it takes, we don't care. All right. Guys, thank you for coming in and unpacking this with me. I think I'm going to add all the Brian selfies to the Brian video I made earlier, later. I don't know. We'll get it uploaded and y'all can go watch the freak. If y'all want to go watch the freak. I'm still curious as to why you got rid of all that bathroom stuff. I know why, because you're taking a bloody bath in your shower and it got everywhere, so you got to throw everything away because that trace DNA might show up. Exactly, Riley. Exactly. That's where I'm headed with that. Would they need to do the tax exempt? That way people can because that way when you do donate, you're right. You can now it's a tax write off, right? And so if you donate a couple $100, a couple of thousand, yeah, you're covered. And that's what we want. We want it to be done the right way, because I'd hate to see anybody come back with shade on them over a damn GoFundMe, right? It's insane. All right, guys, there's some links that's been dropped in the chat today. I hope you guys have grabbed them and can go check out what you want to check out. And thanks for being here. Butterfly says, no thanks, I don't want nightmares. She's like, I'm not looking at no more Koberger pictures. Freak with no shirt, thumbs up. We're going to have thumbs up nightmare images tonight in our sleep. Lordy, I thought looking at Stearns was bad enough. You were on a phone call. Okay, Dolphin. We were all speculating. You hear us speculating on what you were doing. She was probably laughing at us, going, these fools. I could hear her saying that to herself now. It's her favorite line. These fools. Yup. I know my girl. I can hear her saying it in my head. All right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Need to go check on my dog and see what she's doing. And I'm going to go sit outside today and touch grass for a little while. Thank y'all for coming in and hanging out with us. Oh, butterflies. There's him and Stearns. Ugh. Chad Daybell's worse. When I think about disgusting people I've seen, I can never get Chad Daybell's disgusting, homely look out of my head for some reason. That come and listen to me, I will take you to Jesus. Ugh, creepy, creepy. You thought you heard snoring? No, we don't have Firefly up here. I'm just teasing. She tended to fall asleep on us sometimes in a Discord, and we would laugh at her. All right, everybody go have a great afternoon. Get outside and touch grass if you need to for a little while. Yeah, her mic is muted. No snoring. And if you did hear a noise, it would probably be Pipsqueak. But Pipsqueak's a pretty quiet little dog. Stearns gives you the ultimate ick, Woozy. Yeah. Somebody gonna give him some icky stuff here soon if he's in a minimum security prison. Oh, maybe that was the plan all along. Get him into a where he's not quite so secure. Them Christian people won't hurt him. Well, them Wiccans might. Shit, they might have a different view of the world. The giant thumb, Chad Daybell. Ugh. All right, guys, go have a good day, and I will see you back here in the morning, probably between 9 and 10, the usual. Y'all go have a great one. We'll see you back then. Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video.